couple of steps. Stocks go up, whoever wins. The dollar goes down, whoever wins. Why, Lee?
Well, I mean, I think, in terms of the dollar, it's about the Fed primarily. And it's about actually foreign investors' ability to hedge their treasury purchases, right? So the U.S. runs a significant current account deficit. They fund that through bond purchases. Well, if foreign investors can hedge those bond purchases, the dollar goes down. And right now they can, because the Fed's not offering any short-term rate premium. The curve is relatively steep. Sounds ridiculous with 80 basis points 10-year yields, but the curve is relatively steep. So therefore, foreigners can hedge their treasury purchases, the dollar goes down. Whoever wins the election, that's not going to change. The Fed's not going to be hiking rates for the next 3-4 years. Whoever wins the election. You can argue on a blue wave it probably goes down faster because we get the fiscal stimulus, which probably increases the current account deficit. But either way, the dollar goes down, whatever the election outcome.
Lee, what's the threshold for the Fed easing further?
Oh, it's a very good question. The trigger, if anything, would be yields. If we see yields start to back up, I think the Fed would be fearful of that. So that would mean that they would ease further to control yields. I know they don't have yield curve control as a policy, but they don't want to see higher yields. So again, if you get the blue wave, talk of huge fiscal stimulus, if we see yields back up, then the Fed could restart or re-expand QE to hold yields down. So I think that's a big trigger. But even without that, listen, we have this shiny new framework.
Yeah,
we have average inflation targeting. We have maximum employment rather than full employment. On their own forecasts back in September, they don't achieve either of those targets in the next 3 years on their own forecasts. So I think the Fed's going to ease further anyway. Otherwise, what's the point of switching the framework? You switch the framework to these new mandates, you don't achieve them on your own forecasts, and you do nothing about it. I think the Fed are going to ease policy further anyway.
Lee, I love that. I thought it was the third album of REO Speedwagon, this shiny new framework. Let's go with it. Right now we have a shiny new framework, and we don't know what it's going to be or what it is. How do you invest given this shiny new framework?
Listen, it's very hard because policy is very loose. That is going to support asset prices generally. But valuations are hard. Valuations are really tricky. And we've seen this dollar debasement consistently over the last 4 or 5 months. First it was gold, and we got to $2,000, and then it was tech stocks, and we got huge valuations there. Then it was the euro to an extent. We got to 120, and everyone got nosebleeds and started worrying about the ECB. It's tough. Listen, if we get the blue wave, as I mentioned before, I think emerging markets could have a fantastic 2021. You'll have a weakening dollar. You'll have a big infrastructure spending plan. You'll have huge fiscal stimulus in the U.S. You could have a fantastic 2021 for emerging markets. FX, equities, fixed income.
Yeah.
If you get the sort of split Congress and President and White House, it's much harder, and I think the environment becomes much harder for investors. Policy is going to stay loose. That's going to support asset prices probably, but the volatility in the sideways market we've seen since August. Because the S&P is at the same level now as it was in mid-August. As you mentioned earlier, Europe is actually, Euro stocks are the lowest since June. Those sort of more sideways markets will be the result if we have split White House and Congress, and investing is much harder. If you get the blue wave, EM is where I would be.
Hey, Lee, come back soon. We'd love to catch up, maybe on November 4th. Lee Ferridge there of State Street. Thank you, sir. Equities bouncing back. One stock to watch ahead of the open. AMC out with some news in the last 10 minutes or so. That stock up in the pre-market by about 5.5%. AMC saying that several AMC locations in Northern California, San Francisco, the Greater Bay Area, will resume operations beginning Friday, October 30th, Tom. That news just breaking. The stock up by about 5.5% in early trading.
Yeah, it has been challenging. I'm looking at the chart here. Now, you said AMC, and I thought you were going to AMD off of Xilinx, so you're confusing me, John.
No.
It's like...
We could do that later.
It's like work here, but, I'm trying to get back...
The place you would watch a movie at, Tom.
Really? When was the last time I went to the movies? They're back almost to pandemic lows of March and April right now. Basically they went 7 down to 2. and I guess they've come back a little bit. I mean, that's all there is to it, right?
But I know,
John?
Lisa, you've been following the debt story as well. This has been one of the candidates that people have been a little bit worried about in the last month.
Frankly, the fact that the shares are up this much in pre-market trading on the news that they're just reopening theaters indicates how low the bar is, John. That's all I can say.
Exceptionally low for
Yes.
this industry. It's tough. Coming up, Tina Fordham of Avonhurst Advisory Services weighing in on this election. You might not have heard, it is 7 days away from wrapping up. We might have a result November 4th. We might, being the issue for this market, because maybe we won't.
It could go on as
Futures
long
up
as
15.
Brexit.
Up 0.4%. What, 4.5 years?
Yeah, you know.
I hope not. You hope not too.
Got
This is
that right.
Bloomberg.
Has been sworn in as a justice of the Supreme Court. The first of two required oaths was administered not long after the Senate voted 52 to 48 to confirm her. Every Republican but one voted in favor. Chief Justice John Roberts will administer the second oath today at the court. Barrett's confirmation solidifies a 6-3 conservative majority. The record coronavirus surge that started with young Americans has now reached the oldest populations. And according to the CDC, counties with the largest 65 and older populations now have an average 19 daily cases per 100,000 residents. That's 67% higher than a month ago. China ramped up its purchases of American goods last month. Still, it's far from the full-year target set out under Phase 1 of the trade deal with the U.S. The Chinese bought more American oil, soybeans and cars. With 3 months to go in the year, Beijing is a little more than a third of the way towards the goal of $170 billion in U.S. imports. And in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson faces a revolt from more than 50 of his own Conservative members of Parliament. They're demanding a clear route out of lockdown for parts of northern Britain that helped give him a majority in the last election. The lawmakers told Johnson his strategy of targeting local areas with restrictions was disproportionately damaging the economies of northern regions. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
We have the best testing in the world. That's why we show so many cases, because we do more testing than anybody else. But we're doing great. And, excuse me, here I am, right? I'm here too.
The bottom line is Donald Trump is the worst possible president, the worst possible person to try to lead us through this pandemic. And I don't think he just either doesn't have any idea what to do or he just doesn't care.
President Trump and Vice President Biden continuing to rally yesterday with 1 week of campaigning still to go. From London and New York this morning, good morning. 1 hour and 12 minutes away from the opening bell alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz. I'm Jonathan Ferro. Futures up. Positive on the S&P 500, up 14. We advanced 0.4%. We talked a lot about the weakness in Europe. Euro resilience still the story, though, 118.30. And in the bond market, just muted price action here after yesterday's rally. 79 basis points on a 10-year, Tom.
Yeah, muted is the right word. I like that for where we are right now, and we'll just watch it here amid all this uncertainty. Of course, part of that is a domestic uncertainty. Part of that is the science we've been talking about, particularly with David Ricks of Lilly. But also there is the international policy uncertainty. Tina Fordham studies this at Avonhurst Advisory Services. We're thrilled she could be with us with really thoughtful synthesis here of tying this all together. What does the State Department look like, Tina, with a Biden victory?
Well, it might have some people back in it again, Tom. The State Department was famously hollowed out during the Trump administration, and the conduct of U.S. foreign policy really was coming, more from the White House. We have a lot of demoralized U.S. diplomats around, and so I think what the broad expectation of a Biden presidency, as unexciting as it sounds, would be a return to the kind of conduct of U.S. foreign policy that we've become used to globally, regardless of whether there's a Republican or a Democrat in the White House.
Second terms are always different. And, with no disrespect to Mr. Trump, it seems all second terms enter jubilant and become exhausted more rapidly. Would you suggest a changed foreign policy in a second term Trump, or just simply more of the same?
So as you say, one of the facts about being a second-term U.S. president is you're a lame duck on the first day, right? You're not going to be reelected from there. I would say not enough time has been spent thinking about what a second-term foreign policy might look like under President Trump. But one thing that I think investors can count on is the continuation of tough rhetoric toward China. And in fact, that stands even if you have Joe Biden in the White House. So U.S.-China trade tensions would remain strong. I think you will see foreign powers actually test a second Trump terms for policy, right? By perhaps being a bit more assertive. We're starting to see this in Turkey from President Erdogan, for example. Who else might want to test the resolve of President Trump or an incoming President Biden. It's a good time in many ways to see if the U.S. is willing to honor its agreements.
Tina, it's hard to look out past the next 7 days. There is still so much uncertainty about how this election process will unfold in the weeks, months afterwards. Among Democrats, there is a persistent fear of a 2016 redux, Hillary Clinton leading in polls, people predicting that she had an incredibly good chance of beating now President Trump, and Clinton sort of taking a backseat and not campaigning as robustly in certain key swing states. Now Joe Biden doing something similar. Is this 2016 all over again?
Well, Democrats will certainly hope not, for many reasons. First of all, Hillary's polling lead actually narrowed in the final 2 weeks, which is something that we're not seeing yet with Joe Biden. His lead has been pretty consistent, so he has that on his side. Other factors, of course, that make this time different is far fewer undecided voters. People have been clear much earlier on in the race than we're used to in U.S. elections. And we don't have third-party candidates that are really helping, divide things further. So there are some important differences between now and 2016. But for sure, it remains possible that there could be another divided outcome between the popular vote and the Electoral College, which is why I think the margin is really the key variable to watch for here. President Trump, of course, would be hoping for another Electoral College led victory, and he does have a path for that remaining, despite the negatives and the headwinds against him in this race. But another difference would be that I think, unlike in 2000, for example, Bush-Gore, I don't think Democrats will roll over quite so easily as they did that time.
Tina, 4 years later, is the polling better this time around?
Well, this is what my pollster friends assure me. I'm not a pollster or an election forecaster myself. Pollsters really took a beating. When in fact, to be fair to them, they were pretty accurate in the national polling, right? Because Hillary Clinton did win on that front. It was the Electoral College polling, and it was specifically white, non-college educated men who were under the radar screen. This time, if anything, I suspect pollsters will have overcompensated for this error. And it's hard to think of a kind of hidden pocket of people, cohort of people that could appear that haven't been factored in. And then, of course, we have the phenomenon of what looks like historically huge turnout.
Tina, great to catch up. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Tina Fordham there, Avonhurst Advisory Services Head of Global Political Strategy. Tom, we've gone over this a few times. I think it's worth going over again. The polls back in 2016 and the failure, or at least that was the word that was used at the time. The lead of Hillary Clinton on Election Day, 3 points, in and around. And the popular vote, the final popular vote, the lead was about 2 points. This time around, the lead is about 8 points at the moment, the average of polls, depending on which one you look at, Tom. And I think Lisa has made the point as well. If polls are wrong 4 years later, this time, Tom, that is a total failure for this industry in a huge, huge way.
Yeah, there's no question if they do it back to back. Yes, it's a problem. There's polls that were successful. Trafalgar gets a lot of ink for being successful in 2016. But, John, I would just go to this simply the idea the pollsters can't reach a huge body of America, and the word is shy now, whatever that means, but that are just unpollable. That's really what we're talking about with the polling technology. It's just not there to reach out and grasp those people. As you see, is the president like in 40 of the 50 states today? I mean, he's making the circuit, looking for those unreachable.
Can you imagine Tom Keane doing the phone interview when the pollster calls up? Trying to work out.
Good luck to
Never
that.
happened. That'd be interesting.
Let me tell you what
Tots.
happened 50 years ago. Yeah, tots.
Roses.
Getting a drink. Hold on. I'm getting a drink. Hold on.
Let's talk.
The poll was incomplete. It was meant to go on for 2 more days because we called.
Jacinda Ardern's Labour Party holding 64 seats in the 120-seat parliament. Now that is interesting because it's the first time since the introduction of proportional representation in 1996 that any party has won enough seats to govern on its own. Now, this is by turns rather luxurious and also slightly terrifying for the new Labour government because there are no checks and balances on power. There is no upper house. Jacinda Ardern can pretty much rule as she sees fit. So she did rule out, heading into this election, any capital gains tax, but as revenue collapses, it must be very tempting to give that policy another look. She's also contemplating going into coalition with the Greens Party, even though she doesn't actually need them to govern. Now, the Greens Party did take forward a more comprehensive package of tax reforms to this election. So were she to govern in concert with the Greens, they could do much of the heavy lifting on tax reform, which may also prove to be a little unpopular with some portions of the electorate. So it's going to be very interesting to watch this new term. There's going to be a lot of new and untested MPs in the caucus. So a second Jacinda Ardern term is going to be full of all sorts of different challenges to the ones that characterized the first.
Mercedes-Benz is on a path towards CO2 neutral mobility. So we have flicked the switch there, and really we're going to step by step electrify everything. And what does that mean? Combustion engines get electrified.
It is Tuesday morning. Good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keane and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. We are live on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Equity futures up 11, just rolling over a little bit. Still positive on the day this morning, up by about a third of 1%. Some economic data in America means one thing. Michael McKee's back with us this morning. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning to you, John. And we're seeing the numbers for durable goods orders come in right now, up 1.9% on the month. That is an improvement over the 0.5% in August. These are September numbers, so they will figure in the third quarter GDP that we will get later in the week. Capital goods orders, non-defense, ex-aircraft, that's the one that economists watch because it sort of tells you what's going into the GDP numbers from the business side. Business spending up 1% on the month. That's down from the 1.9% we saw in August. It is double what was forecast, however. And the capital goods shipments up 0.3%. And that's important because it tells us something about how the economy was going during that third quarter. And it is not as good in September as it had been. In August, we saw capital goods shipments up 1.5%. Let me quickly scroll down here to the actual breakdown of the numbers, and what we're looking at here in terms of unfilled orders down at this point by 0.2%. The biggest movers appear to be in shipments down 1.1%. Machinery shipments down 1.1%. So slowing economy, it kind of continues with the story that we have been telling about the economy since the stimulus ended at the end of July.
Yeah. Mike, you take the 3-month moving average of, I'm going to go ex-Boeing, as you do there correctly. And the fact is the moving averages are moving up a little bit. They move up as we are, or do you say it is an economy when you look at the actual series?
Well, it's almost impossible to say exactly where we're going with this. You can say, based on the data that we've seen, that we have slowed down some. You look at the capital goods orders, non-defense, ex-aircraft. August, they were revised up to 2.1% from the 1.9%. So this is a big fall off, 1%. They'll be revised again when we get the factory orders numbers. But you do see a fall off here, a slowing of orders. They're very volatile. It's not the best report in the world, but it does track what we're seeing in terms of the economy.
Michael McKee, what is the trend right now in the CNG?
Well, somewhere between 29 and 35% gain for the quarter. The Bloomberg consensus is 29%. The Atlanta Fed GDP now number 35%. So somewhere in that range is the general consensus of people in the markets that we will get a snapback. It will still leave us short of where we were in January before the pandemic started, but it will be a big gain for the third quarter.
Michael McKee, thank you so much. And, you know, not a statistic that moves the market and all that. Futures up 12, Dow futures up 71 here, and again, a bit distant, an hour distant. I should point out Thursday we'll get claims. To me, that's still an important idea. John, I think that song was A Dozen Roses. I'm not sure, but what was that?
Someone was calling. I've got to turn it off. I imagine that I'm going to get in trouble after this. I'll make sure it's muted, Tom.
I think
it was the florist. It was the florist.
The florist called.
Unhappy.
You were on hold.
Unhappy about just checking the number. It was the florist. Unhappy about what I had to say about their delivery last time around. So
yeah,
there we are.
He wanted to let you know that it was perfect and that he gave you a dozen more.
Perfect. Yeah, I know.
Surveillance correction.
Yeah.
All right, carry on.
Last Valentine's Day, Lisa got a dozen from Harry Styles. We will move on right now. Michael McKee, thank you for that, given all the noise. Futures up 12. Stephen Stanley with us with Amherst Pierpont. He has been wonderful, granular about this American economy. Stephen, let's recalibrate right now. What's growth guesstimate for the Q4? What's your growth guesstimate for the first quarter?
Well, I'm above consensus, probably not a huge surprise to you. For Q4, I think that the consumer continues to have pretty good momentum, even with the absence of another stimulus package. So I've got about 8% for Q4, which puts me maybe close to double the consensus at this point. And then I think it continues to tail off as we move into next year, still above trend, but maybe 4 to 5% first half of next year.
Stephen, the mystery of holiday spending. I was reading a story this morning about how much uncertainty there is, and it seems like economists are playing psychologists. They're going out and they're saying people are going to need retail therapy. What's your view on holiday sales and how good or bad they might be?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's two things to keep in mind here. The first one is that the holiday season is predominantly a goods event rather than a services event. I mean, some people do give, gift certificates for services, for example, for gifts, but for the most part, people are buying stuff. And the demand for goods has been very strong because people can't spend as much on a lot of the services that they would typically be buying. So that bodes well. And I think the other piece of it is that the income numbers suggest, at least through August, and we'll get September income numbers on Friday, that savings rates are high. People have plenty of wherewithal to spend, and that is not true for every household. But in the aggregate, household finances are in very good shape. So I think there's a good case to be made that the holiday season should be pretty good. And certainly, if we were to get some sort of fiscal stimulus, particularly if it included another round of rebate checks before the end of the year, then that would just add more fuel to the fire.
So, Stephen, people are buying stuff, and you can see in some of the fluctuations in durable goods orders, there have been some difficulties fulfilling all of the demand over the pandemic. And heading into the winter, we are expecting the potential for more supply disruptions based on factories possibly having to shut down or people getting sick. How much are you looking for that, or is that a concern of yours?
It's not a major concern. I mean, it's certainly going to be an issue. I think, retailers have been scrambling to replenish their shelves, and we've seen tremendous numbers in terms of imports over the last couple of months of consumer goods, whether it's, the transportation stuff, the ports and the railroads and the trucking companies. I mean, everybody right now is scrambling to get stuff in place for the Christmas season. So if, I think if there are disruptions, it's going to mean that shoppers are probably going to want to get out early and get what they want before it's done.
Stephen Stanley there of Amherst Pierpont. I think we might have a little bit of a disruption on the line. Stephen, my apologies. We're going to let you go. Stephen, thank you very much.
Stephen, thank you.
On the relationship between the economic data and the increase in cases, I think that's a relationship we need to spend a little bit more time on. Has that correlation loosened up just a little bit? It was tight earlier this spring. How loose is it now, particularly in the United States? Because in Europe, we have that increase in cases, but there's a more easier read across now for economists because we have the restrictions going back on the economy. I think for the United States, it's a little bit different. Without the restrictions, but with the cases increasing, what does that mean for growth? Do consumers disengage? Do companies pull back? The read on the United States I find a little bit harder compared to Europe right now, which is much more straightforward. It's a struggle. What happens with America in the next couple of months?
I'll go with that, John. The mathematics of this, just a simple virology, and the mathematics of what the experts talk about is fancy differential equations. Forget about that mumbo jumbo. All you need to know, John, you're right. The case calculus is different country to country. What I would note, John, in the last week is the death count is moving up. Not nearly like the cases, but nevertheless, the deaths are lifting up a little bit. To the people that are saying, don't stress about this, open the economy, that does give pause in the last week.
Tom, you mentioned ICU capacity in some places in Texas, for instance, as well.
El
and I think
Paso
that's a
on the
struggle.
border,
Yeah,
Marty
getting
Robbins.
a lot of attention. Lisa, you read more research than anybody I know. What are people actually saying on this topic at the moment?
The difficulty of gaming it out, the idea that you have some people saying this is a real concern. And why I brought up the supply disruption aspect is because it's one reason why people think that we could see more food inflation heading into year end, and how this could be a real issue, particularly for poorer areas that can't afford to buy food. And you're starting to see concerns about that being raised in multiple factors. Look, John, to your point, there is a question of what about people just simply disregarding the fact that they're getting the virus and going about their business. But you are seeing business activity slow dramatically in some of these areas without any restrictions, but because people are getting sick and realizing that. So, John, there is a direct correlation. Whether it has actually been priced into the market, a lot of people are saying it has not, because people are simply looking past that and looking for the vaccine.
And also where you see it, manufacturing, not so much, services, absolutely. And that's been captured almost perfectly in the PMIs across Europe, Tom.
I'm so glad you bring this up, both of you, because David Rosenberg was brilliant this morning on this. I actually took a screen grab and put it out on Twitter. The service sector inflation dynamic, John, is absolutely original. All you need to know is services sustain near 3% inflation, and that disinflation has dropped like a rock. Now, granted, goods inflation has come back, and that's the inflation fear that we heard from Mr. Waters earlier, Chris Waters of Longview. But Rosenberg was heated about the service sector disinflation staying here, John, with the reduced aggregate demand.
Tom, in a couple of minutes, I walk away. I know we've got a big week for tech earnings as well.
It's their 2-hour
What
day.
are you looking for this week? Thursday after the close, Tom, is going to be absolutely huge. October 29th, when we get those earnings. I think Microsoft after the close, Lisa mentioned that earlier this morning.
Yeah.
Amazon, Apple, Facebook, others as well, Thursday after the close.
I read every word from Jim Suva, Citigroup, on Apple yesterday. I read every word of Joe Feldman over at Telsey on Amazon today. They're both bulls, and there's a lot of people that are negative. Doug Cass, I know, is pretty grim on some of those outlooks. John, I look at it and I go, it's almost Peter Lynch 101. I'm just trying to observe. The only store busy on Madison Avenue is Apple. That's a fact.
Yep.
And I look at Amazon, I watch these guys. You talk about essential workers. The guys with the carts, and the women, I should point out as well, bringing us 45, 80 boxes in a downpour or a fragile rain on a cart with a strap around it, and they do it, and they get them there, and I watch them. They actually put the boxes down gently, which impressed the hell out of me. There's double the boxes there were X number of months ago. That's a fact.
Are you monitoring the deliveries of Amazon boxes? Lisa, just a final word on this. How the market has responded to earnings from Europe, from the United States. If you miss, if you cut guidance, you get punished big time.
Sarah Ponczak actually put out a statistic of Bloomberg recently saying that it was the biggest punishment in equity markets for disappointing, for missing. So you can expect a fierce response for big tech.
Yeah, John, I'm sitting in the lobby. It's cocktail hour. I got a martini in my coffee cup.
I get it.
And vet bills sitting on my lap. That's security analysis.
There's music, Tom.
I lived in the same building. I've walked through that lobby. I have seen it. Everyone thinks he's joking. I've seen it. Mr. Ferro, welcome back. I'll be like, guys, good to see you. Coming up on the Open, UBS Global Wealth Management, CIO of American Wealth, Salita Marcelli. Looking forward to that. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. It's a big win for President Trump and congressional Republicans in the final week of the election campaign. The Senate confirmed Amy Coney Barrett to be the newest justice on the Supreme Court. That solidifies a 6-3 conservative majority. Barrett may be asked to weigh in on cases that could determine the outcome of a close election. The paused clinical trial of an Eli Lilly experimental antibody therapy won't resume. Federal researchers concluded the drug probably wouldn't help hospitalized coronavirus patients with advanced cases. Still, other trials are ongoing to see if the Lilly drug helps patients earlier in the disease's course. And the Trump administration has taken another step certain to make China angry. The State Department has signaled its approval for a potential $2.4 billion sale of anti-ship missiles to Taiwan. China and the U.S. are already at odds. Yesterday, Beijing imposed unspecified sanctions on Boeing's defense unit, Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, because of a previously announced arms sale to Taiwan. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Just days away from the most critical election in U.S. history and its only democracy at stake. From electronic voting machines to misinformation and fake news and political advertising on social media, is the tech industry ready for its biggest test yet? I'm Emily Chang, and we'll be focusing on these issues all week on Bloomberg Technology in a special electioneering series. Tune in 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, only on Bloomberg Television.
A market that over the past few weeks has made it clear it wants to go higher. It got a little spooked by the idea that geopolitical tensions are rising.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
The index that have really lagged behind. I think they're starting to price some type of reopening, but they did get very overbought on a short-term basis. So things like yesterday doesn't surprise me at all that we had a retrenchment a bit.
Mr. Simon of Morgan Stanley there earlier on equities, on the intangibles of the stock market and the bond market. Right now, as we look at Bloomberg Wealth, we look at Ritholtz Wealth, and of course his work for Bloomberg Opinion. 1B Ritholtz joins us right now. And Barry, I want to rip up the script, get away from stocks and bonds and talk about real estate. Barry, you live in the greater New York City area, which goes up just to the bottom of the Adirondacks. And that's a good geography as well. But Barry, there is a boom in the forests that you inhabit. Can it sustain? What happens to suburban real estate that all the people like you were buying the day the vaccine comes out?
So, interesting question. Look, you have a very unusual situation that persisted since the great financial crisis ended and became more intense under the pandemic, which is simply a surprisingly limited amount of inventory. In many areas surrounding cities, it's at record lows, because who wants to try and move in these circumstances unless you have to? And at the same time, if you have the ability to not be trapped in a small apartment with a couple of kids all on top of each other, while sharing a lobby and sharing an elevator with people, it's a suboptimal set of circumstances. And rates are as low for mortgages as they've ever been historically. That sets the stage to see a modest exodus out of city centers, but with so little inventory, that's going to send prices skyrocketing, and that's not a sustainable set
and
of
someone like John Miller over at Miller Samuels has done great on this. But then, Barry, I got another trend, which is a Zuckerberg post office across from Madison Square Garden, where Facebook's going in to Moynihan, and you got Lord & Taylor's, I believe it's Amazoning, and on and on. It seems like there's other trends going on besides, the popular one of out to the suburbs.
Yeah, here's a trend for you. Cities have been intellectual capital centers for 1,000 years. I don't see any signs that trend is going to change. You've seen the ability to disperse your workforce elsewhere. It becomes a badge of I don't even say honor, but it's prestigious to be able to locate in the center of a city like San Francisco or New York or Chicago or Austin or New Orleans. Pick your favorite city. That's where all the intellectual and business energy is located.
Barry, if you believe that, and a lot of people do, what's the investment thesis here? I mean, is there a sort of a play to get in at the bottom if you do have faith that things will resurge back to where they were with cities as intellectual capitals?
So it's not, everybody tends to look at things in a binary form, and it's either the best thing or the worst thing. And the real world is a little more complex and a little more nuanced.
You don't say.
You don't say. The thesis that cities are dying and any sort of apartment or office space REITs are terrible kind of parallels what we heard about mall REITs and mall investments just a couple of years ago before the pandemic. And it turns out that we're pretty good at figuring out how to repurpose these things and generate some sort of return. Now, I'm not brave enough to be loading the boat with apartment REITs that are located in urban centers. That's not my specialty, but there are other people who focus on things like that. Look at Jonathan Litt or some of the other folks that run hedge funds specifically to invest in real estate related ventures, and you come up with an investable thesis that is a little complicated, requires a little bit of a paired trade, but there's certainly some dislocations, and that means opportunity.
Meanwhile, we are heading to an election 7 days away. And I was struck by a Slate article talking about how the states that have gotten hit hardest by the pandemic all vote Democratic and are run by Democratic leadership, and talking about how this is complicating some of the stimulus talks. How much do you invest around this election, or do you just sit on your hands until you have some sort of certainty here?
Yeah. By the way, the Slate article is kind of interesting because there the binary set of circumstances are cities with huge tourism businesses have been getting shellacked, and states as well. So I think the top three were Hawaii, Nevada, and New York City. New York obviously has a very diverse economy, but clearly Broadway being shut, the tourism industry shutting down is having a big impact on it. In terms of the investable thesis of the election, I think people misunderstand it, and people made a terrible mistake in 2016 thinking the outcome of the election was a buy-sell decision about risk and equities. Again, a little more nuanced, a little more complicated. It's a sector-by-sector analysis. So, look, you've had President Trump, who was a fan of coal and a fan of carbon-based energy, in office for just about 4 years. Coal has done as poorly as it's ever done. The marketplace has already made a decision on coal long before January 20th, 2017, and oil is doing terribly. Now, look at things like Tesla, look at alternative energy stocks, look at solar stocks. That's kind of a tell. Banks have been going kind of sideways. They're not doing spectacular.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a regulation or a capital requirements trade. And when you look around elsewhere, we're going to see some more regulations, some more upper end tax increases if Biden wins and the Democrats take the Senate. But it's really sector by sector, not risk on, risk off.
Barry, thank you for the brief. Barry Ritholtz with us. I really can't say enough about his work for Bloomberg Opinion. Also, he has a podcast out of note, to say the least, I should say. Lisa, futures, I guess it's a bounce, but I don't see too much of a bounciness off what we saw yesterday. The uncertainty is great.
Yeah, and I think that there's interesting uncertainty right now, considering the fact that there wasn't much last week. People seemed pretty confident with this sort of blue wave thesis, not only that there would be one, but what the ramifications in the market would be, that it would be risk on. There seems to be a hesitation here, people nervous about that conviction. You can see that in the demand for bonds, despite the record sales this week.
Yeah, there's no question about that. And you see in the social, like if you're watching a Twitter feed, folks, like I have, it's literally about every 3 minutes somebody else has a new poll, a new take out as well. Lisa, I've got to go to claims on Thursday. I think once again, maybe we'll get an improving number into the 700,000 level. But we really haven't said enough about GDP numbers coming up as well. The state of the American economy into the election will be easy to look at starting on Thursday.
The economy has done better than people expect, but the jobless claims, I really feel like the story here is the increase in permanent joblessness. How much of a setback is this for the economy? People say, we were talking about how the vaccine will solve all. There is this issue of a much bigger permanently unemployed population. What do you do with that?
Well, futures up 6 and the VIX 32.42. I would note West Texas Intermediate 38.67, which means Lisa's $47 a barrel large on those 2 oil drums she's got in the living room when she loaded the boat there with negative price. You nailed it.
Nailed it.
Gold unched 19.06. Much more to come. Jeffrey Curry coming up with Goldman Sachs. Good morning. On Bloomberg Radio, on Bloomberg Television.
would you say that the CDC or the FDA or the White House or HHS should have done differently?
Almost all of us have underestimated the dramatic impact of this outbreak.
Their CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points, so continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the open starts right now. 30 minutes away from the opening bell, with equity futures rolling over a little bit here. Well off session highs, still positive by 5-6 points, up a little more than 0.1%. That's the price action. We begin with a big issue. Presidential candidates making their closing arguments with just 1 week until the election.
You can't let the Democrats and Joe Biden have a far-left victory.
Donald Trump is the worst possible president.
This has to be a thundering defeat, not just a defeat.
The worst possible person to try to lead us through this pandemic.
It has to be a rebuke of socialism.
He either doesn't have any idea what to do, or he just doesn't care.
Both candidates gearing up for a frantic final week of campaigning. President Donald Trump planning to visit 5 states over the next 48 hours, including Michigan, Wisconsin, Nebraska, Arizona and Nevada. Former Vice President Joe Biden picking up the pace as well, hitting key battleground states, including Iowa, Florida, Wisconsin and Georgia. The president hoping for a second poll-defying victory, entering the home stretch and trailing by 8 points in the national polls. For more, let's bring in Kevin Cirilli, Bloomberg chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, it's almost over. Maybe. We'll deal with the maybe in just a moment. 7 days to go. Where's the focus this morning, Kevin?
3 things. First and foremost, on those battleground states, where in Florida as well as North Carolina and Georgia and increasingly Texas, this is a much closer race than the national poll average, which of course has Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden leading by 8 to 10 percentage points. And it's why when I talk to sources on the president's re-election campaign, they tell me that they feel this race is much more closer in the Electoral College than it is nationally. It's also why there's this palpable sense of anxiety on Biden's team as they continue to try to race toward Election Day. Secondly, early voting, mail-in voting, on the eyes and on the ears, really, of everyone inside of the nation's capital, with 50 million Americans already having cast their ballot. How that will play, not just on election night, but on the days to follow, really could send a huge calculation and have real impacts in terms of policy implications for the lame duck. And that's the third point here. If this race goes on for a while and we don't have a result, how would they be able to have fiscal negotiations, as one senator put it to me yesterday on Capitol Hill, in the middle of a Supreme Court case or in the middle of states trying to continue to figure out who does that? And very quickly, sticking with policy, Supreme Court pick, economic indicators, all of that in what feels almost like a hurricane in the race up to Election Day.
That third point, though, Kevin, is the issue. Yeah. This market right now, 27 minutes out, actually rolling over a little bit. Barely positive now, up by 3 points, up 0.1% on the S&P. It's the C word on Capitol Hill, contested, Kevin. What are people saying about it with a week to go?
You know, the mood on Capitol Hill yesterday in the halls of Congress has almost been this eerie sense of calm. for incumbents, they're thankful that they're not up for re-election, to be candid with you. But even for staffers, everything's in a hold. And I get that that's difficult to understand for the business community. But everything in Congress right now is in a hold because they don't know what's coming. They don't know who's going to have political capital or leverage on November 4th or 5th. And Jonathan, they are prepared to have a radical shift of sorts in the days that follow. Momentum could be on the left 1 minute and the right the next, especially in what very likely could be the media wars that follow for momentum as this is being sorted through. And because of that, they're in a pause, they're in a standstill, and they don't know what's going to happen in the lame duck with an economic stimulus.
Kevin, one final question for me before I get back to the markets. On fiscal stimulus, how many people are left on Capitol Hill pretending we could get a deal before the election?
Zero. None.
Simple as that. Not even Speaker Pelosi doing the round saying maybe, possibly, before the weekend?
I would play this tape back if I'm wrong, but I think time's run out. And lame duck is really, I think, where the senior aides are, even in the circles as they lead up. Maybe they would agree at minimum to a principal agreement, but a vote before an election day, I don't, based upon my reporting, see that happening.
My producers are quick, Kevin. They've already clipped it. It's ready to play out. I imagine we won't have to play it. Don't worry about it. Kevin Cirilli, thank you, sir. 26 minutes out from the Open here in New York. Let's get you the price action over in New York. It shapes up as follows, with futures really rolling over in the last couple of moments. We're up by about a tenth of 1%, positive 4 points. The bid back into the bond market, yields head south by a couple of basis points. A nice break of 80 in the last 24 hours, a break of 80 basis points. Your yield right now, 0.7843%. And in foreign exchange, very briefly, in the early morning in London, we had a 117 handle on euro dollar, just about 118, a lift there for the euro, a little bit stronger. Euro dollar 118.29. Here's a take from JP Morgan's Jack Manley, expecting election jitters to be short-lived, writing the following: markets more than anything care about having any clear outcome. Not so much what the outcome is, it's the uncertainty spooking investors. So once we know who the winner is, expect things to be fairly calm, as markets will know the president for the next 4 years and Congress for the next 2. Jack joins us now with more. Jack, I always appreciate catching up with you, sir, so thanks for giving us the time this morning. Is it that simple, Jack?
I mean, I think ultimately, John, at the end of the day, it is. I mean, we saw sentiment like this a couple of years ago during the trade war. We had all this uncertainty surrounding relations between the United States and China, good news, bad news, policy changing almost, it seemed, on an hourly or daily basis. It wasn't so much that we got a deal when it came to that U.S.-China relationship. It was more that we knew that we were going to have something to lean back on. It didn't really matter what the content was. And I think the parallels here are pretty strong when it comes to the political environment. We have seen time and time again that markets go up and the economy grows regardless of political regime. And I think that where we stand right now, just around a week leading into the election, there is a lot of anxiety. There are a lot of jitters. But come November 4th, hopefully, maybe a little bit longer than that, if it takes longer to determine who becomes president, we will have an idea of what the next 2 to 4 years are going to look like. And I think markets will price accordingly, adjust accordingly, and move forward.
Well, let's say we have a president, but we still have a divided government on November 4th, Jack. For you then, if we don't have a clear path towards the next fiscal stimulus package, do you still retain that optimism, that constructive attitude to risk assets?
As a long-term investor, absolutely I do. I think that the issues surrounding fiscal stimulus are short-lived. They're very acute. I think they're particularly sensitive at the moment, but I don't think they will have long-lasting ramifications. And we do know that Democrats and Republicans, at least on principle, both agree that we need more stimulus. And so even with a mixed government, I think we will probably get more money spent before this pandemic is over. Certainly a lot of folks out of work, a lot of businesses still closed that still do need support from the federal government. But when we get that vaccine, I think that is the light at the end of the tunnel. So many of these problems, I think, begin to go away just from that health perspective, really providing a tailwind for markets.
Jack, if you want to lean cyclical or lean secular, does that depend on the politics? Because from what you're telling me right now, Jack, the politics is almost irrelevant.
I think it depends entirely on the vaccine, John. Honestly, I think that when we consider asset allocation today, I think it's really important to have a pre-vaccine view and a post-vaccine view. The vaccine is the single most important thing out there. It is so much more important than the election, because everything that we're dealing with right now, all the recession that we just came out of, all the joblessness, all the businesses closed, all the anxiety, almost all of that is going to be linked directly to the coronavirus pandemic. Having a vaccine, allowing the world to start to reopen, people getting back to work, that I think is the big catalyst. And so my view between secular and cyclical, I think is going to change once we get, if not a vaccine, at least a much more clear timetable on when we can expect that vaccine.
Well, Jack, let me ask you this. For every quarter we have to wait for a vaccine, does your post-vaccine trade change at all?
Not particularly, because I think the vaccine itself is the catalyst for all of these turnarounds. You see a vaccine, you're going to start to see growth expectations pick up. You're going to start to see people get back to work because more cyclical industries are finally able to reopen. Those kind of close quarters parts of the economy, things like airlines, things like hotels, like restaurants, just the travel, leisure, hospitality, retail part of things. All these things are going to start to reopen once you get a vaccine, whether that's first quarter or second quarter or third quarter. It doesn't really matter. That itself is the catalyst. And then once you do see the vaccine come in, people get back to work. I think you see growth expectations pick up. You see inflation expectations pick up. The Fed might alter its policy a little bit, take its foot off the gas when it comes to quantitative easing. Long end rates rise. I think all of these things hinging very much on the vaccine. Timing itself isn't so important.
Jack, is that the support for the market as well? Just a final question from me. Is that the vaccine put right now, the support beneath this market? Just this fear of missing out, this emotional bias to remain allocated just because you might miss the big announcement at some point in the next couple of quarters?
I think that's a fair assessment. I mean, we've been looking at what we just went through. So this incredible recession, one of the fastest, most severe bear markets in recent history. It's always important to remember very much this was event-driven. It's not something structural. It's not something cyclical. This happened because of an exogenous force that came in and just threw a wrecking ball into everything. And because this was event-driven, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I think investors can take comfort in that. Of course, having very low interest rates will be inherently supportive of risk assets. We've also seen that some of the more secular names like technology have held up actually very well, probably because of the pandemic. But over the long run, remembering that pre-pandemic, the economy was in extraordinarily good shape. The stock market was pretty healthy, and knowing that at some point within a year, we should be back more or less to that point, I think is giving investors a lot of comfort when it comes to being willing to take risk in today's world.
Hey, Jack, good to see you. You look well. Send my best to the team. Jack Manley there of JP Morgan. Equity futures up 8, a bounce off that rollover of the last 10 minutes or so, up about 0.2% from the market desk with your movers. Here's Abigail.
John, well, those futures are rolling over just a little bit, as you've been pointing out, but we still do have outperformance for the Nasdaq 100 futures up about 0.5%. That has everything to do with deal making within the chip space. Xilinx is absolutely soaring, up 14% on the news that AMD has agreed to buy the chip maker for $35 billion in stock. Now, that's a 25% premium, so the fact that the stock's up just 14% suggests some people think that there could be hiccups there. AMD, even as the acquirer, slightly higher. They did put up a strong third quarter. As for some other big movers, we have Caterpillar at this point trading lower. They did beat top and bottom line estimates, but the CEO saying that despite the fact that they're cautiously optimistic, they're not offering guidance better than what they did in 2018, saying this is as good as it gets, but nonetheless not great to not have guidance for 2021. Las Vegas Sands is up about 2%, a Bloomberg exclusive, of course, that the company is in early stages of a sale process. Merck up 1.2%. They beat. They also raised the outlook. Their key cancer drug is doing very well. And then Eli Lilly, they missed third quarter estimates. They've also halted or ended their COVID-19 antibody study, not really helping patients, even though it's not deemed unsafe. And then one of their key drugs, a diabetes drug, missed sales estimates. So that stock is down at this point in the pre-market, John.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up on this programme, virus cases surging throughout Europe with governments running out of options to fight the pandemic. That conversation coming up next with Morgan Stanley's Michael Kushma. From London and New York this morning, good morning on this Tuesday morning. Futures just about positive. This is Bloomberg.
women leaders were actually better at controlling the deaths from COVID-19. Do you think out of this pandemic, we'll see more countries be willing to elect female leaders?
When we look at women leaders, we tend to project on them baggage that they shouldn't bear.
Women are given an opportunity when no one else wants to do the job.
Women had a very clear objective. They wanted to save lives.
The women leaders, if you look at their careers, have also built up a level of trust.
In fact, women have to be better at communication in order to be elected as leaders, whereas this doesn't hold true for men.
We need to get those sexist stereotypes out of our head and give women a fair run for leadership.
Trying to change the stereotypes about women is not only the business of women, but men have to be part of it.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
I understand there's a huge, I think, allure of rushing out with a vaccine. But the other thing we have to remember is when we go too fast, we can also disrupt the ability of clinical trials to occur for even better vaccines down the line. So we've got to strike this balance of making sure that we don't undermine the larger scale effort in our rush to get something out.
The CEO of Novartis with a warning this morning against rushing out a vaccine with new daily cases hitting record highs around the globe. Meanwhile, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows reiterating the administration's commitment to therapeutics over containment while speaking with reporters.
We're going to defeat the virus. We're not going to control it. We will try to contain it as best we can. If you look at full context of what I was talking about is we need to make sure that we have therapeutics and vaccines. We need to make sure that when people get sick that they have the kind of therapies that the President of the United States has.
A different approach coming out of Europe, with leaders contemplating a return to tighter curbs, with officials running out of other options. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's Guy Johnson. Guy, you and I have been having this conversation the last couple of days. Restrictions are coming back on, but this time there's some real pushback across Europe, and not within governments, not just within governments, but also in the populace, Guy. Citizens pushing back too.
Absolutely, because the economic effects are now increasingly clear, John. You've only got to look at what is happening in Spain. Youth unemployment data out a little bit earlier on today, now plus 40%. That's a very, very high number, and it's been rising rapidly. So the economic effects of the pandemic now really having a crushing effect on many, many countries around Europe. We've also seen this morning data out from the ECB, from its bank lending survey. That's a quarterly survey. Lending standards are tightening into the corporate sector. That, again, not good news. So the economic effect married with the social effect is producing some of the outcomes that you're talking about, John. What we've seen thus far over the last few weeks has been cases rising rapidly. Now we're starting to see hospitalizations and now deaths rising fairly dramatically as well. UK COVID deaths rising by 53% week on week. So those hospitalizations are picking up. But, John, the lockdown light regional strategy does seem to be being called into question as well. And it looks as if certain states around Europe are now increasingly looking at full lockdowns, back to where we were in the spring. And that's only going to reinforce some of the social cohesion breakdown that we've seen thus far. Keep an eye on this story. It's developing pretty rapidly here in Europe. People are pushing back. And as you say, within government, and certainly we're seeing that here in the UK, we are also seeing parliamentarians pushing back. They're asking about what the exit plan is, John. How do we get out of this? Easy to get in, pretty hard to get out.
Well, that's something we've experienced over the last 6 months. Guy Johnson, thank you. Much more coming up with Guy and Alex Steele in about 43 minutes' time on Bloomberg TV. Meanwhile, Morgan Stanley's Michael Kushner discussing the pandemic's impact on fixed income, running the following. No real bargains exist in the bond market. Quality assets have recovered substantially, while COVID-impacted companies, sectors and countries continue to be challenged. The best opportunities are in intermediate quality, more cyclical credits. Consolidation in credit markets is likely in the near term. Michael joins us now. So, Michael, let's talk about that. The companies, the credits, the sectors, the regions that have been left behind. Are you looking for some form of convergence?
Well, I think we will see that over time, but it will depend on the results of the election next week in terms of what type of fiscal support stimulus package we get post-election, whether it's a blue wave, a split government, a continuation of what we have in terms of where that support will occur down the road, in addition to the vaccine and things like that. We know that the goods producing sector of the economy is now stronger, more output today than it was pre-COVID, but the service sector is way, way, way below where it was. And this is true around the world, but particularly in Europe and the US. So we've got any sector which is dependent on interhuman interaction is still struggling, while if you're in the producing things, you're in the tech sector, things are fine.
Well, Michael, by definition, a spread can reconcile more than one way. We don't have to converge with the credits, the sectors left behind coming up to the credits, the sectors that have accelerated and really performed well. It can move the other way. And in Europe right now, if you just look at the services sector versus manufacturing, manufacturing's holding up. We know they can turn the light on and off in a way that the service sector can't through this pandemic. Services is really struggling. Now, Michael, in an economy where we know services dominates, can't you make the argument that manufacturing might have to reconcile to what's happening with services in a region like Europe?
It's a good question. Europe is much more export-oriented. The German economy in particular benefits from demand in Asia and the containment of the virus and the pandemic in Asia, and the Chinese economy returning to normal at a fairly rapid pace, if not already there, in the goods-producing sector. But absolutely right, that you have situations around the world where any service sector and human interaction sector is in trouble. Look at a country like New Zealand. It's eliminated the virus, but the borders are closed. 20% of the economy or so is tourism related. It's not coming back. It's not. They've closed the borders. The rest of the economy has to adapt to the fact that that part of the economy will not come back anytime soon. And that's
so, Michael, build
story.
on it. Where do you want to take the cyclical exposure? Where would you take it? I think you've got to be really regionally specific, which is what you're speaking to. Where do you take that cyclical exposure in this market?
In goods producing sectors where demand is likely to remain strong regardless of how long it takes to get back to normal in terms of mobility, and where the service sectors get really impacted, whether it's tourism, leisure, entertainment, dining, all those activities, small businesses which are still struggling, hotels still struggling. It's not clear how long this is going to last. We know the rise in virus cases are causing maybe more anxiety about travel, and that will prolong the misery for those sectors of the economy. Don't know how long that'll take, even once a vaccine is started being distributed. How well it will work, we don't know yet. So I think you stick to sectors that are producing things that people are going to want during this not lockdown, but low mobility period of time. We've seen auto sales be strong. We see a lot of goods producing sectors, other sectors being strong too. And that should stay intact, particularly if you depend on demand from Asia.
Have you been buying auto credits in Europe, Michael?
Well, I would say not really, no. What we've liked are the fallen angels, like some of the U.S. auto manufacturers, as well as the companies which have fallen into the high yield category, but still look like they've got good businesses and at some point could get re-rated back up again.
Is there a bias for China exposure in that trade, Michael?
I would say not really. We're not anti-China, but again, the valuations there in terms of the split between higher quality companies, lower quality companies, we're pretty comfortable with higher quality companies, but still very, very weaker credits, sort of in the lower high yield sector, and not so much.
Michael, great to catch up. Really appreciate it. Really interesting stuff. Michael Cushman there of Morgan Stanley. Thank you, sir. Coming up on this programme, the analyst action you need to know. That'll be next in our morning calls. And later, Steve Orth of Federated Hermes joining us at the opening bell, breaking down a big week for earnings season. This Thursday after the close. Just wow. Apple, Amazon, Facebook, and others as well. We'll give you the look ahead in just a moment. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
The Census Bureau has asked Congress for a 120 extension. I don't know that you even have to ask, and I think 120 days isn't nearly enough.
Five minutes out from the opening bell, equities just about positive. S&P 500 futures up 5, advancing a little more than 1/10%. Let's get you some morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin first up with Bank of America, downgrading Waste Management to underperform, 116 price target. The analyst seeing a number of challenges, making a stock vulnerable to a rotation into its peers. Next up, UBS upgrading UPS to a buy, a 214 price target. The analyst seeing attractive upside fueled by rising earnings expectations. That stock is positive by a 1.61%. And your third and final call from JP Morgan, raising its Twitter price target to $52, a neutral rating. The analyst expecting to see a meaningful improvement in advertising revenue when it reports results Thursday, alongside some big tech heavyweights after the bell. Coming up, the focus remaining on tech with the 5 biggest US companies gearing up for earnings this week. That conversation up next with Steve Orth of Federated Hermes. Looking forward to that with the cash open just around the corner this Tuesday morning. Good morning to you all worldwide from London and New York with futures positive. This is Bloomberg.
Ada 3 kelompok pengungsi tersebut yang sudah berpencar arah. Kemudian kami dari Polsek Banda Sakti berkoordinasi dengan perangkat desa Kampung Jomblang melakukan upaya pengumpulan secara persuasif serta minta tolong kepada warga. Alhamdulillah warga yang terpecah semuanya berkumpul.
Tunggu senyum. I think what we've seen during this period of time is that communicating via video is not a fad. We are using it in all aspects of our lives, for work, for learning, for communicating, for staying in touch.
We explore the trends, investments, and competition of the European ETF industry. Join us on Bloomberg ETF IQ Europe.
Let's start with the good news. The good news is that you don't have to play fiscal headline roulette on Capitol Hill. The bad news is that you don't have to play fiscal headline roulette on Capitol Hill, which means right now we're not talking about fiscal stimulus. But for many of you, I'm sure, you think we'll pick up that topic again on November 4th. 1 week away from an election, and you hope 1 week and a day away from a result. Equity futures going into the cash open positive. Switch up the board. Over in Europe, equities are down hard for a second day on some of the major benchmarks on the continent. The euro, though, still firmer. I don't get it. I know much smarter people than me in the FX market that do, but I don't get it. 118.30 on euro dollar, up by 0.2%. Crude bounces back up 0.8%, but the bond market keeps a bid. Yields coming in 2 basis points to 0.7843% on a US 10-year. So that is the cross-asset price action this Tuesday morning. Back to the market desk we go for your movers at the open. Here's Abigail.
John, let's start out with some of the big name movers here on the open, with AIG popping sharply higher, up about 7% on the news that they are finally really breaking apart. They are spinning out their life insurance business
submitted,
along with their retirement plans, plus changes in the C-suite. Investors are liking that at this point. We have 3M at this point also on the move. This after they beat earnings and sales were in line. Expenses grew on the higher demand for both their masks and the respirators. Pfizer is down just a little bit. This after they have they have not released their vaccine study news as quickly as possible. Analysts are saying this is a good thing, that no news right now is good news. So those, is seen as a positive. However, that stock is down 1.7%. So some traders actually wanting that news. As for some other earnings movers, Harley's popping on the turnaround plan. It continues to deliver, in this case, a profit as they're able to demand full pricing here in the U.S. Eli Lilly down after they missed earnings. They have stopped their COVID treatment. It's shown as not really helping folks in the hospital with the virus, and their diabetes drug missed sales estimates. Xilinx, one of the reasons, John, that we do have outperformance to the tech-heavy Nasdaq and the tech sector, being bought out by AMD for $35 billion in an all-stock deal. And then Microsoft up 0.5%. They, of course, report after the bell. Lots of those big tech companies coming. And right now, tech is the best sector for the S&P 500, John.
Abigail, thank you. About 2 minutes into the session, as Abigail points out, tech on top. The S&P 500 basically unchanged to the bottom. A struggle for the cyclical trade this Tuesday morning. Energy, financials, industrials, bottom of the pile. Mega cap tech, though, gearing up for the busiest week of the earnings season, with investors holding out rewards for strong beats. And you get punished if you miss. Here's JP Morgan's Stephen Parker saying markets have set a high bar.
While almost 85% of companies are beating, we're not seeing the positive reaction. Tells me that the analyst estimates are probably still a little bit lagged. We haven't gotten to the right place yet, but markets have set a higher bar than what those consensus numbers might mean.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's Sarah Ponczek. Sarah, you've written extensively about this in the last couple of days. Walk us through it.
Right, John. The markets have set a high bar, an 84% beat right now for S&P 500 companies. And they're not just beating. They're beating by a large margin. At the moment, 13%. That's the number that companies are beating earnings by in aggregate, a 3% beat for revenues. But the market has not seemed to care. You have to take a bigger picture look here. The S&P 500 topped out on October 12th. That was the first day of the first week of earnings season. Right now, you're looking at the S&P 500 since October 13th, down 3.8%. So the market does not care about each company's beat in aggregate. It seems like companies that beat aren't really being rewarded as much as usual. And as you said, companies that miss are just being punished, and they're being punished severely. On average, if you look at companies that have beat earnings expectations this season, a gain of 0.3%. Now, that is less than what we have seen historically. Now, if a company has missed, they have fallen more than 4%, according to Wells Fargo Securities. This is just about double the historical average. That is a very hard miss to fall by. But if you take a sector view, which sectors are coming out on top and which are falling behind? Well, healthcare has been acting the best. Regardless of beat or miss, we have seen a gain of about 3% for healthcare companies in the 24 hours after reporting. Not so much today, as Abigail just walked us through with the likes of Pfizer and Merck, for example. Tech, though, at the bottom of the pack, falling 3% after reporting earnings the 24 hours after. So tech really not acting as that safe haven that they've become in 2020 through the earnings season so far. We'll see if that holds up, especially with Microsoft reporting after the close today, John.
Sarah, thank you. Microsoft after the close, Amazon, Apple, Facebook after the close this coming Thursday. This market turning negative.
Order
just
submitted.
On the S&P 500 down by 0.06%. The Nasdaq positive
Order
just
submitted.
by a little more than 1/10%. Steve Orth of Federated Hermes expecting little impact from earnings until there's clarity elsewhere, saying the following. Earnings season has taken a back seat. It's been a bit of a sleeper. The market is buying into our growth to value shift idea. But until we get through the election and get more visibility on the COVID path, we think trading earnings will continue to carry less weight. Steve joins us now over the phone. Steve, you're a good friend of the show, and I appreciate your time this morning, sir. Let's just start on that. Are you looking for a little period of consolidation here, Steve?
Yeah, we are, Jonathan. We've been calling for a 5 to 10% correction here, and part of it is because we think the election is closer than some of the polls suggest, at least close enough to lead to a lot of uncertainty post-election until we get that clarified. And then on
Order
top of
canceled.
that, the corona news is getting a little bit worse. That impacts people's outlook for the economy. When you add those three things up, it's really all about the future now, not about the past. We've been through a very sharp recovery. I think most people would look at next year and say, regardless of who wins this election, we're going to get more fiscal stimulus, and we're going to get the more important thing, which is the power of the cyclical recovery, which is going to overwhelm politics. And you got a Fed that's basically got its pedal to the metal. Equity should be, pretty well positioned for next year. But in the near term, there's going to be some uncertainty on some of these key drivers of that future outlook, and we're in the middle of that right now. But when you come out of it, I think we're in pretty good shape. The other issue that the market is grappling with, and you can see this a little bit in the earnings season, is that the growth stocks that have led the way and are probably the place to be for the long haul, despite the fact that they've had a huge run this year. But boy, they've got really tough year-over-year compares next year. A lot of them are part of the stay-at-home trade. That's going to be ending. You can talk about the vaccine coming out this month, next month, or the month after, but it's going to be here, and the stay-at-home trade is going to start to fade. And it's going to hurt the year-over-years, whereas the year-over-years on the more cyclical sectors, I mean, their compares are against zero in many cases. So,
well, Steve, you're the second person to say this morning. I think this is really important. You believe that rotation out of growth and that defensive posture that has led people to allocate huge sums of money to those secular growth themes. You think the rotation out of that is independent of whatever happens in a week's time in D.C.?
Absolutely. People are all focused on politics because, it's so natural to do it right here. But you can examine, there are three different outcomes of this election. One is an all-blue government, heavy taxes, but even heavier spend, so net deficit spending, probably viewed as positive for the economy. If you get a mixed government with either Biden or Trump at top, you're going to get probably an agreement on infrastructure and not much else. And the reality is that the impact of the economic recovery, which has got enormous momentum right now and is coming off of one of the historically weakest periods we've ever seen in the history of the economy, is overwhelming the politics. It often does, but in this case, it dwarfs it. And so I think we're focusing on the wrong ball at the moment, which is easy to do because everyone's, that's all you hear about in the news. But the real thing at work here is the cyclical recovery with a Fed that's in absolutely, God, as you like to say, rates pinned at zero.
Well, Steve, since this is the news, let's focus on the wrong ball just for a moment. Just allow me, please. And it's good for you. Just give me a second. 4 years ago, Steve, I remember going into that election, you and I were talking about this market, and you were bullish the Trump trade when others weren't. You weren't hanging out until the morning of November 4th. You didn't sit there for the months leading up to the election saying, if the president wins, if the president is Donald Trump, therefore the market will collapse 10, 20%. You were focused on the policy and not the man on the campaign trail. So, Steve, I'm interested in your perspective this time around and what you think each permutation actually means and whether you're with the consensus on what they mean, what they think it means at least, on November 4th.
Well, we're in a different time right now. The economy is in a very different place than it was 4 years ago. It was moribund. It was in this very slow, disappointing recovery, and the president was offering a supply-side growth stimulus that we thought would be very positive. We thought the polling for Trump was underpolling his sort of forgotten man base, and that he would probably win Pennsylvania in the election. I'm thinking back to that interview we did back in August at that time. But this time around, it's a little bit different. The polling is probably still underpolling his base, but there's a lot of other issues at work here. So I think the election outcome, even for us, is much less certain than it was. And it seems that Biden's lead is bigger than Hillary's. So it's harder to call this for either party in my mind. I do think the underpolling level is high and likely to lead to this outcome. If I had to choose one, the one that I would say is highly likely is that the president looks like he has an electoral college victory night of, and then we're going to start on counting all the mail-in ballots. If you look at the swing states that are probably most up for grabs, Michigan, Michigan, Minnesota, Wisconsin, those states are going to be counting their mail-ins after election night. Those mail-ins are going to be heavily Democratic, probably. So even if Biden actually prevails, it could look like Trump's ahead. He may yet win, who knows? But all I'm saying is I think there's a decent chance of uncertainty in the near term. To answer your question on the policy outcomes, if you get a blue wave, you're going to have higher taxes. That's not good for the economy necessarily, but you're going to get even higher spending. And people will look at that and say net deficit spending is an additional stimulus on top of the economic recovery underway and cheap money from the Fed. That's market positive. If you look at the status quo, which I think is very positive, you've got more China disputes and things like that the market doesn't like, but you probably got more fiscal spending vis-a-vis a recovery package that you've been looking for some time. That probably comes back in play because obviously we need to do something, especially for all these folks that are still unemployed. So that's probably market positive. And you got the supply-side growth story from Trump, which I think the market likes. And if you have a Biden in the lead, you probably got maybe smoother social policy issues and things like that the market would like. And with the Republicans in the Senate, you don't go crazy on taxes. So the market will look at that and say it's positive. I think all three outcomes have some marginal additional positives for a market that's already got a long list of positives.
Steve, thanks for indulging me. I appreciate it. And let's catch up near the election. Steve Orth there of Federated Hermes. Thank you, sir. In your equity market right now, we do turn a little bit lower. The Nasdaq with a lift. Here's Abigail.
John, let's break down that divide between the Dow and the S&P 500 being lower, the Nasdaq being slightly higher, dragging on both the Dow and the S&P 500 the most. 3M shares are on pace for the worst day in more than a month. This after they actually beat sales estimates, but they missed profit estimates, and this having to do with the fact that profits were higher, expenses were higher. Goldman Sachs is lower as yields are down, the yield curve down, that dragging on banks. And then we do have DTE Energy there. They put up a strong quarter. They also have received the blessing from Elliott Management to spin out their midstream business. And UPS popping on the news that they have hired or will be hiring 50,000 seasonal workers by Black Friday to help with holiday shopping. As for that tech-heavy Nasdaq, John, of course, that is all to do with Xilinx popping on the $35 billion takeover from AMD. And we do have Amazon up right now, heading to its best day in about 3 weeks ahead of reporting earnings on Thursday.
Just 2 days away. Abigail, thank you. Coming up, U.S. senators departing D.C., leaving little hope for a pre-election stimulus package. That conversation up next with Salita Marcelli of UBS Global Wealth Management. From London, this is Bloomberg. "17 minutes into the session, equities just slightly negative, down about 2 points on the S&P, negative 0.06%. That's the price action. Here's the politics. Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin failing to strike an agreement on a fresh stimulus package, with both sides of the aisle playing the blame game. National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow saying Democrats keep moving the goalposts.
The differences between the two teams on the assistance package have narrowed, but it seems like the more it narrows, the more conditions come up on the other side. There are still a number of areas in her plan that the president cannot accept.
Speaker Pelosi writing a biting letter to House Democrats saying, quote, 10 days after Secretary Mnuchin declared that he was accepting our testing plan, the administration still refuses to do so. Both sides remaining optimistic despite deteriorating logistics and senators departing for a pre-election break. Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent, joins us now for more. Mike, is this one over yet?
Yeah, this is over. Nobody wants to be the one that gets blamed for walking away, so they say nice things, but there's not going to be any stimulus. Just in terms of the logistics of trying to do a bill between now and Election Day. But what was the point anyway? Election Day is just an artificial deadline. And it does seem that the Wall Street cat has gotten tired of chasing the stimulus laser pointer at this point. We've accepted the idea that we're not going to get anything. You look at the 10-year note yield, and it's been trading in a range, no breakout to 1% at this point. And it's probably not likely until sometime, perhaps next week. We have two events coming up that will be dispositive towards the markets. One is on Thursday, GDP. Let's see how big the rebound was from the big drop in the second quarter. The forecast consensus from Bloomberg is for a 33% gain, annualized, of course, in the third quarter after a 31% drop in the second quarter. And of course, next Tuesday, Election Day, reminder, everyone vote. Bond traders don't really want to drive a move until they see what the politics are. We get a blue wave, and that might tell members of Congress that Americans want a stimulus package right now. You look to the lame duck. They have to pass a bill by December 11th to fund the government, could be attached to that. Divided government makes it a different case because you might have some Republicans launching their campaigns in the 2024 presidential election cycle, and they may want to go the austerity route. So a lot depends on what happens over the next 7 days. But for right now, don't anticipate any juice from the Capitol.
Mike, thank you. Salita Marcelli joins us now of UBS Wealth Management. Salita, thank you very much for being patient and standing by to catch up with us. We've spoken to two people in the last 50 minutes or so that have said their outlook on markets is independent of what happens in 2 weeks. In a week's time. Is yours?
Well, the election is certainly driving the short-term volatility, but frankly, the medium-term drivers of the market is going to be a fiscal policy, fiscal stimulus, and continued accommodation from central banks, and the introduction of an effective and safe vaccine. So even though the election is perceived as a significant market event by many, and frankly, the election is not inconsequential. Once we have the outcome, regardless of what the outcome is, I think the clarity that comes with that is going to be a catalyst for the market to move higher.
So, Salita, I assume you're already allocating to the parts of the market that you think will perform after the event. Walk me through where.
We are very constructive on risk assets because we believe the global recovery will continue. The main reason for that is because regardless of the election outcome, we do expect to see a fiscal stimulus. The question is not whether we're going to get one, it's the size and how broad its reach is going to be. But we do think that the next leg of the rally is going to be driven by the parts of the market that have been lagging, mostly cyclicals. In the United States, that is mostly mid-cap companies, where we see a better growth outlook next year compared to large-cap companies. In Europe, it would be mid-cap and small-cap companies as well. Within emerging markets, our focus is more on the value side of the emerging markets. And, within fixed income, especially for yield seekers, our focus is on emerging market dollar-denominated debt. TIPS is another area that we like. Obviously, the Fed's new framework is very supportive of that. And oil and gold are also going to be supported by the global recovery.
Salita, just a final one from me, if I may. Small caps in Europe sounds really brave on a morning like this morning, given what we're seeing play out across Europe. Why, Salita?
Certainly it looks brave, but like I said, we are looking beyond the near-term volatile, not just driven by election, but also rising COVID cases and the fresh new restrictions. It certainly increases the downside risk in terms of what we're seeing around the spread of the virus. But in our base case scenario, we are looking to see a vaccine that would be widely available by the end of the second quarter of next year. We are looking very closely, like a lot of investors, to the results of the phase 3 trials, and what we're going to hear from Pfizer and Moderna over the next 2 weeks, I think is going to be critical. Without a proper vaccine, obviously, European small cap will not be a good trade.
Salita, I would love to get you back on the programme soon to have a longer conversation about this, because this is a really, really interesting trade, given the moment that we're in right now. That was the wonderful Salita Marcelli of UBS. Coming up on the programme, your trading diary. This is Bloomberg.
Just days away from the most critical election in U.S. history and its only democracy at stake. From electronic voting machines to misinformation and fake news and political advertising on social media, is the tech industry ready for its biggest test yet? I'm Emily Chang, and we'll be focusing on these issues all week on Bloomberg Technology in a special electioneering series. Tune in 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, only on Bloomberg Television.
What is happening today in India is actually a determination to rebuild our economy.
India has an opportunity not only competing in the space of the factory of the world, but a very big opportunity to compete in being the office of the world.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
$25 in, equities up 0.1%, 7 days away from an election, 2 days away from a big earnings day. Coming up later, 1 p.m. Eastern, Joe Biden campaigning in Georgia. President Donald Trump holding another 3 rallies throughout the day. CEOs of Twitter, Facebook, Google testifying on Capitol Hill Wednesday, plus mega-cap tech reporting results on Thursday. We get an ECB rate decision, US GDP, and another round of initial jobless claims coming up later this week as well, through Thursday. From London and New York this morning, good morning. This was the countdown to the Open. Thank you very much for choosing Bloomberg TV. For our audience worldwide, you can catch me on Twitter at Ferro TV. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
The Boston Symphony Orchestra presents BSO at Home. While you stay inside, enjoy a curated collection of archived concerts and behind-the-scenes stories from BSO musicians. BSO Homeschool provides lessons for music lovers of all ages. New performances and messages from musicians are added regularly. Enjoy these selections and much more at bso.org/at-home.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look into him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He's all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things in life happens, you know. I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue. And it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law, with its swagger and ill-fitting suits, caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
There's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I'm currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start. And from that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it is widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea, and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. election.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to USA, 24 people went for the job. 23 people accepted. I was the only guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强，就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你早。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你们长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你们长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Value-Ag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it, and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect the pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, it's time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力， Blue D 能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with that stick 2 weeks later.
12 in the morning, pop shells for a living and baby gon' smell blood trail every minute road.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did a sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people would take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, just like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell, what could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first on line. I was here at 1. I was the third person on line.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Bruce. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
He's
That's my dad, son.
Did you guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison. Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right. Yeah. And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Jade. It's Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look. Hiya.
When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of them. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work, I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Mayron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now.
Oh, what? Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいになってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本だったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになってきて。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってありっていうか。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在しています。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit. And action! This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh.
But to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like,
Canada,
is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're going to go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, wear the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone.
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. It's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. That was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company, and that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW!
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves ahead.
Ara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing in new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yep.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose, out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, et cetera, but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering in
mean
means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want there's an autonomous car, yes or no, and we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars, you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a brand.
You had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. That's
telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously, though, the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think through what was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved, but it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms, because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes, yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
And is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Live from our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, also my home in New Jersey, streaming on YouTube. It is Tuesday, October 27, 2020. Carol Masser along with Kaylee Lyons. And Kaylee, safe to say tech dominating our headspace again today in a big way.
Yeah, in a big way. You got deals, you got earnings coming up after the bell. All of the mega caps report this week. It is tech front and center.
And can I just say it's a WOA tech deal? I mean, I'm just going to say in the chip space. We're going to get into it in just a moment. That is definitely our world on this Tuesday. Let's get you going, though, with a check on that trading day. Here is Charlie Peller.
Hi, thank you very much. Happy Tuesday to both. Let's begin with that WOA. We're talking about chips. We're talking about Xilinx and AMD. AMD buying Xilinx. AMD down now by 5%. Xilinx surging 7.9%. And among the tech companies reporting after the bell today, Microsoft, MSFT, shares of Microsoft up now by 1.9%. It is a mixed day. We've got the Dow lower by 74. I'll tell you why in a moment. Let's get right to the numbers. S&P up 3 right now. That is a gain of 0.1%. The Dow, by the way, down 0.3. Nasdaq up 84, higher by 0.7. 10-year up 7/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.77%. Tech shares advanced after AMD announced that $35 billion takeover of Xilinx, helping to blunt concern about the impact of growing coronavirus infections. Oil is climbing. West Texas Intermediate now surging 3.1%, up $1.20 a barrel, $39.76. Spot gold up 0.4%, $19.08 the ounce. So again, recapping, S&P up 3, little changed, up 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, we are set up on this Tuesday. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Week agenda agenda as well. Katie Greifeld is with us, cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News. She's back with Kaylee in our Interactive Brokers studio. Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News. He's on the remote access from New Jersey. So, Dave, let's kick it off with you. I feel like markets just, I don't know, they're waiting for something. I mean, they got a big tech deal, and tech seems to be doing okay, but everything else kind of blah.
Yeah, that's sort of how it's going. And actually, if you look at the chip makers, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, you don't see a whole lot of movement beyond Xilinx and Advanced Micro Devices, the companies involved in this $35 billion deal. In fact, most of the companies in the SOX, that's their ticker, SOX, are lower at this point. So it's not like everybody woke up and learned about this takeover and said, well, I guess there's going to be more chip deals.
Well, there's already been a lot of tech deals this year, just in the last couple of months.
That's true. I mean, there certainly have been. And, you've got the possibility of another deal being revived, with Tiffany and LVMH talking again. And, Tiffany shares up 5%. So there's some of that kind of activity. It's just that you're not seeing a lot in terms of earnings to get excited about. I just point to the three drug makers that reported today, Eli Lilly, Merck, and Pfizer. Merck's results for the third quarter, beating analyst average estimates in Bloomberg survey, stock level change. Eli Lilly disappoints, shares are down 6%, and Pfizer just sort of going nowhere as well. Their numbers were pretty much in line with estimates. That's consistent with what we've seen, with the third quarter earnings season. When companies beat estimates, they don't get rewarded, and when they fall short, they definitely get punished.
I just want to say the SOX is up almost 80% from that March 18th low. So it's had, and I know, Kaylee, you follow this stuff. I mean, it's had quite a bounce.
It's a pretty good time to be a semiconductor, I would say.
Yes.
Katie, I want to throw it over to you. Dave talking about deals, talking about earnings, but of course, underpinning all of this is the clock is ticking. We are 7 days from an election. How much of that is factoring into the market action today?
Well, I'm going to follow up on Dave's point. Outside of the companies involved in this deal, there's not a lot of movement. And I would argue it's actually a risk-off day. If you look past what the Nasdaq 100 is doing, what the S&P is doing, you still see bonds are rallying big time. Gold is up, the yen is up, and that's to your point because the clock is ticking. We have a major risk event coming up, and not to mention it's the most important week of the earnings season. So you're definitely seeing that anxiety still percolating in the asset classes today. And not to mention, COVID case counts are still up. That was the big thing that dragged risk sentiment down yesterday. And that is still underneath the surface here.
I'm just going to say, though, 5 of the major industry groups in the S&P 500 out of the 11 are higher today. So it's kind of that, I feel like, some tension in the markets. And it's not either completely risk off and certainly not completely risk on in the trade.
Yeah, it's I like to describe the market right now. It's very human. Investors are really trying to place their final chips as we head into the campaign home stretch. Who knows which way the virus is going to go. We are getting encouraging news on a potential vaccine coming in the next few months, but it's still, this weekend showed us with record U.S. case counts, hospitalizations are going up. We're dealing with the most unknown of unknowns. And we have an election coming up on top of that.
Oh, yeah, that.
that little thing. What's November 3rd? Katie, I feel like the narrative for several weeks now has been a blue sweep. And all of the notes I've read from strategists on the street are about the blue sweep, what's going to come with all this stimulus and green spending. What if we don't get it?
And that's, again, where the market is very human today. You are seeing a lot of notes coming out from analysts saying that, hey, maybe that blue wave we've been talking about for weeks, maybe it's not such a sure thing. And this had been priced in so much in markets. I mean, that's why you saw 10-year Treasury yields climb back to 90 basis points last week. And I'm still sticking with my call that it's a risk-off day in the markets. But I think that's also what you're seeing play out in the bond market, that people are realizing that, perhaps that blue wave we've been talking about, maybe it's not a lot. And if we do have a divided Congress, it's going to be a lot harder to get through a multi-trillion-dollar fiscal aid package.
Right.
So yeah.
Vince Signorella putting out something out on Bloomberg, too, as well. We talked to him a lot, too, and he said a Trump win and a flip Senate with the House remaining under Democratic control could actually be a positive risk event, contrary to the consensus. And we need to kind of be eyes wide open here in terms of how things might ultimately play out. Maybe we don't know everything at the end of election day, but shortly thereafter in terms of what it means. Dave Wilson, you've seen a lot of elections. Just quickly, your advice here as investors are listening to our chat here.
I'd say listen next hour to me talk about my chart of the day. I mean, you're talking about this blue wave. And,
deep tease.
You know, what if you don't get one? The chart kind of addresses the question, what if you do?
I love that. I love looking at history and charts and the market and politics. All right, Dave Wilson's going to be back later on with that. Katie Greifeld, thank you as always, cross-asset reporter at Bloomberg News. Check her out too at K Greifeld on Twitter. So we've got a jam-packed Tuesday coming up. It's a big day, as you said at the top, for technology. Microsoft, after the close, will break it down and really take a look at the company that Microsoft has become under Satya Nadella. There was a great cover story last year from Business Week, but we'll dig a little bit into that. And then we got to talk about this massive chip deal.
Yeah, we absolutely do. But also, Carol, as Katie rightly pointed out, we got to talk about the virus, that underlying everything at the moment. Cases continuing to climb. We're going to get the latest from Dr. William Yates. He's out in Chicago. He's going to tell us the latest there. He's, of course, the founder and owner of Yates Enterprises as well. So we'll get his insight on all of the really bleak numbers we're seeing.
You're right. And it's, you know, in terms of the longer term trends of the economy and as well as the financial markets, it's all virus contingent. So it's really important to do that, of course. Got a couple of leaders on life under COVID and addressing the inequities in our world. Judy Marks, president and CEO at Connecticut-based Otis Worldwide. You know, the guys who make the elevators and the women who make the elevators. They just came out with earnings, but she's also got some thoughts about inequalities and workforces. So we're going to talk to her about that. And Jay Lippman's going to come back. He's co-founder and president of Ethic. It's all about ethical investing, and he's talking about really democracy and thinking about it from an investor's perspective.
Yeah, 2020, I feel like, is becoming the year of ESG, just with everything we've seen play out this year. So it'll be interesting to get his take on how his business has changed.
And I feel like it's ESG with teeth a little bit, right?
Yes,
it's not a lot
there's
of
like
greenwashing.
commitment to it this time, I feel like. And you mentioned inequality, Carol. We're also going to talk about racial inequality in Black-owned businesses. One shaking up the white-dominated yarn industry, interestingly enough. Really excited for that one. And then another one, electric bike. It's becoming all the rage.
Yeah.
Thank you, COVID-19.
Totally. It's two small businesses. They're profiled in the magazine, and they are both definitely making their impact among the virus. All right, so lots to come over the next 4 hours. Just quickly, we'll do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day, one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, nice and round, is 100,000. Amazon.com says it will hire 100,000 people to help meet holiday shopping season demand, half the total of last year after the company dramatically boosted staffing during the pandemic. Those numbers, right? Amazon is the law of large numbers, right?
It is. It's a giant in every sense of the word.
All right, lots to get through. First up, though, let's check on world and national news. For that, it's over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Carol. It is a busy day of campaigning for both presidential candidates. President Trump is holding rallies in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska, while Democratic nominee Joe Biden is in Georgia. He just spoke in Warm Springs. Now he's going on to Atlanta. With a week left before the election, Morning Consult co-founder Kyle Drop tells Bloomberg Biden's advantage appears to be holding.
I would say in most of the key battleground states, whether it's my home state of Wisconsin or Michigan or Minnesota or Pennsylvania or Florida, we've seen consistent Biden advantages in our daily polling and everything that we're doing.
Drop says unlike 2016, they are not seeing shy Trump voters who don't want to reveal their choice to pollsters. He says anonymous online polls are trending the same as their phone polls. President Trump's son-in-law is coming under heavy criticism after saying Black Americans have to want to help themselves in order for the president's policies to help them. Jared Kushner, who's known as an advisor in the White House, made the remarks during a Fox and Friends interview.
One thing we've seen in a lot of the black community, which is mostly Democrat, is that President Trump's policies are the policies that can help people break out of the problems that they're complaining about, but he can't want them to be successful more than they want to be successful.
The Democratic National Committee has responded by saying the administration's, quote, dismissive approach to the issues that black voters care about is indicative of Trump's callousness and disregard for the lives of black people, end quote. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Carol Massar along with Kaylee Lyons. Listen, we talk so much about the rise in the number of cases, right? And then we hear, arguments, debates, conversations that, okay, there's more cases because we're doing more testing. But when it gets down to hospitalizations, I mean, they are what they are. And that is certainly something that we are seeing as well on the rise. We've got a great story by Jonathan Levin talking about COVID-19 hospitalization specifically, and they have risen at least 10% in the past week in 32 states in the nation's capital. And this has to do with, of course, COVID-19. And we're seeing, again, pressure, Kaylee, on our national healthcare system.
Right. And in some places more than others. I mean, at least 10% in 32 states, but some in particular are seeing really astronomical numbers. Hospitalizations up 68% in New Mexico, 50% in Wyoming. I mean, this is nothing to balk at. Yes, you can make a case for cases if they're not serious. How much do we care? The mortality rate's going down. But these, when they require hospitalizations, are serious cases. And as you so rightly point out, they do put a strain on our healthcare systems.
Right. So unbelievably higher in New Mexico, Wyoming, Connecticut, South Dakota, Montana, and North Dakota have the most current patients per capita, according to the data that's been put out. And, you know, again, this gets to, I guess what kind of floors me is we have a lot of hospitals, we have a massive healthcare system in this country, but it doesn't take much for all of a sudden the whole system to be strained.
Yeah, that's right. And it does call into question. We've heard from the Trump administration this week as chief of staff saying we can't control the virus. All we can do is, you know, focus on vaccines, things to do after it spreads. And it does beg the question whether or not that's the right approach, given we do have a constrained healthcare system. We have limited hospital beds. Isn't stopping the virus the avenue that you want to go down? And that's definitely a question we can pose to our guest that's coming up, Carol.
Yeah, exactly, in terms of what they're seeing. And yeah, and it really speaks to, as you said, some of the shutdowns that we're seeing because we're trying to get this all under control. All right, we're going to check in with Dr. William Yates. He's the founder and owner of Yates Enterprises. He's going to check in from Chicago, which we know that city is once again under lockdown. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business
From
Flash.
Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A choppy Tuesday here. The Dow, the S&P lower right now. Nasdaq higher. Stocks swinging between gains and losses. Right now we've got the S&P lower. Little change, down a point, down less than 0.1%. Technology shares advanced after Advanced Micro Devices announced a $35 billion takeover of Xilinx. AMD down 5.3%. Xilinx up 7.3%. Again, Nasdaq up now by 0.6%. But the Philadelphia Semiconductor Stocks Index, the stocks, it is down 0.4%. Nasdaq 100 Index up by 0.7. Right now, the Dow is down 118, lower by 0.4%. Again, the S&P down by 1 point. 10-year up 7/30 seconds. 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold up $6.50 the ounce, up 0.3%. 1908 spot gold there. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.6%. 39.55 a barrel. Harley Davidson shares surging after better than expected profit. Ticker on that HOG up now by 23.3%. Microsoft after the bell up now by 1.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Must have been the Harley you bought, Charlie.
I would love to get a Harley. You know, I used to ride motorcycles back in high school. I know a lot of coworkers don't think of me as a motorcycle guy, but I would love to be back on a bike cruising around New York State.
Wow, learned something new on this Tuesday. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We also did learn a bunch new, or maybe more, if you will, on really the tough spot we are once again when it comes to COVID-19. We did have Pfizer CEO saying that the company may know by the end of October whether or not its vaccine is effective. Germany looking at closing restaurants, prohibiting large events as well. Governments across Europe really looking to fight back those rising infections and fatalities that they're seeing, and they're trying to avoid those full-scale lockdowns. And in keeping with that, Kaylee, I think safe to say one of the headlines that stayed with us big time last week had to do with Chicago putting into place a curfew because of the virus. That was a big deal.
Yeah, non-essential businesses having to close down at least through the end of next week at a certain time, limiting gatherings to a max of 6 people. But Chicago is one of the places, the mayor over there, Lori Lightfoot, saying cases are going up in every single zip code. So you kind of got to do what you got to do to get those numbers down.
Well, we've got a perspective on Chicago. Dr. William Yates, founder and owner of Yates Enterprises, is back with us. He's a trauma surgeon, and he joins us on the phone in Chicago. Dr. Yates, nice to have you here with Kaylee and myself. First of all,
hello.
Hi. What's Chicago like? Tell us what Chicago's like right now.
Well, we'll start with the weather. Not good. I heard the weather in New York. It's a lot better. It's snowing here, so that's one.
Oh.
Okay, so number two, as far as the COVID situation, as I heard on the intro, Mayor Lightfoot has enacted a curfew where at 10 p.m. restaurants have to close, the last drinks at 9 p.m., and it's kind of, downtown looks like a ghost town, and my office is in downtown, so the numbers are rising at an exponential rate, and no one really seems to have a good handle on why or what the cause is. So it looks like a ghost town, to be quite frank with you.
Dr. Yates, Carol and I were talking on this program yesterday about the concept of pandemic fatigue, and people are just tired of staying at home. They're tired of having to abide by these restrictions, and it's kind of a vicious circle where if you don't want to stay at home, you go out, you let your guard down, then cases pick up. Do you think that that phenomenon may be part of this?
I would say without a doubt. Cabin fever, COVID-19 fatigue, all the same things. People are just tired of staying indoors. They're going outside. And a lot of young people just think they're invincible. And it doesn't become real unless you know somebody who has COVID. So a lot of people still think that this is some imaginary disease because they don't know anybody with COVID. So they go around and disregard all the admonitions that are out there. And that's what I think is really sparking things up. And the other things are bars. Bars, once this cabin fever started, people started hitting the bar scene hard. And, at a bar scene, that's like the perfect petri dish for COVID-19 spread.
Well, Dr. Yates, let's talk a little bit more about Chicago. You said you guys don't know why these numbers are rising. And I'm just looking at, I think, one of the latest reports, and we're talking about 4,000 new confirmed cases in Chicago, 46 additional deaths reported, or maybe it's in the state of Illinois completely. Why do you think the numbers are rising? Is it because the bars have been opened? Is it because of pandemic fatigue? Is it because it's getting colder? What is it?
Well, I think it's a lot of the above. I think more than anything, it's the cabin fever fatigue where people are getting out. And again, it's not personal. And in medicine, it's well known if things aren't personal, they aren't true. So it's hard for people to live and see things on TV that aren't real to them. So they don't wear a mask, they don't social distance, they go to bars because, young people do things, take high-risk behavior, and it's just spreading like wildfire. And it's getting cold, so it's not many things for people to do. When it was warm outside, they had to stay inside, so now it's cold. So you think the opposite would happen, but it's going the opposite way. People are going more outside to have fun. So I think it's those soft reasons that are really bringing the numbers up here. And Lori Lightfoot, I think she's very smart. It's really economically like taking a blow below the belt to a lot of restaurants. But for the common good, I think it's a good idea that we get a handle on this right away.
I'm thinking, because you grew up on the south side of Chicago, are you concerned about those more vulnerable populations once again? And especially now we're seeing, I think, in some of the stories that it's not just younger people. Once again, it's older people who are being targeted. But again, are you worried about those more vulnerable populations?
Well, you always have to be, because always they're going to be the underserved population, again, is a great petri dish for COVID. They have no access to health care. They can't stay at home and work from home because most people who are from more poverty-stricken areas work in the service industry, so they have to show up. So anytime you see any numbers with COVID, you're going to see the Hispanic population and the African-American population kind of lead the pack with cases for that reason, mainly because social distancing, since you have extended family at home, it's just not like one family that lives in a three-story house. You have like 2 or 3 families in one apartment, and you're in the service industry and you can't stay home and Zoom all day. All those things add up, not to mention that comorbidities, which we all know makes it worse, which are more prevalent in that population.
We're going to come back and talk some more. We're going to do a little bit of news, and Dr. Yates will come back in just a moment. We are speaking with Dr. William Yates, founder and owner of Yates Enterprises, on the phone from Chicago. And I do wonder, Kaylee, because we've spent 6-7 months with this, if we've figured out, though, any ways to maybe protect some of those more vulnerable populations. I do wonder about that.
Well, I think if we had really truly figured it out, we'd be able to kind of stem those cases, though, right? Maybe we figured out how to treat it once people have it, but have we figured out how to stop the spread? I feel like that answer still kind of is no.
Yeah. All right, we're going to continue this conversation right here on Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Yes, indeed. Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Carol Massar along with Kaylee Lyons. We keep hearing different things, or maybe it's the same message from, I feel like, the White House.
Yeah, different things, same message. Maybe misconstrued message if you ask Mark Meadows, the president's chief of staff. He said a few days ago, made a lot of noise, saying that the White House's approach is that they can't control the virus, that all they can do is really focus on a vaccine, on mitigation areas, basically fixing the problem, not the problem itself, seemed to be the message. Mark Meadows walked that back, but that is what he said.
So we're going to dig into that with our guest, Dr. William Yates, in just a moment. Let's get back, though, to your top business stories. Another check on the trading day. Here is, once again, Charlie Powell.
Hi, thank you very much, Carol Massar. Choppy day with the Dow, the S&P, both lower. Nasdaq is higher. S&P has been swinging between gains and losses. Technology shares higher after AMD announced that $35 billion takeover of Xilinx. Xilinx shares, they're up now by 7.7%. AMD on the minus side by 5%. Nasdaq, though, surging 59 points, up by 0.5%. But interestingly enough, despite the chip deal today, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange SOX, the semiconductor index, is down 0.4%. Nasdaq 100 index up 0.6%. Dow Transports, they are tumbling by 1.4%. So the Dow down 134 points, now down 0.5. S&P down 2 points, down 0.1%. Nasdaq up 60, a gain of 0.5%. 10 years up 8/32. 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold up 0.4%. 19.09 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%. Up $1.03 a barrel. WTI 39.59. Pfizer says a late-stage trial of its vaccine hasn't yet reached a key milestone that will help researchers determine how well it protects people from COVID-19. The news came after Eli Lilly said a U.S.-run clinical trial of an antibody therapy will end. Pfizer shares lower by 0.5%. Lilly now tumbling 6.3%. Also reporting earnings this morning, Merck, its shares up now by 0.1%. Deaths per day from the coronavirus in the U.S. are on the rise again, just as health experts had feared, and cases are climbing in just about every state. Dr. Amish Adalja is senior scholar at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
There are multiple states in the United States, including Wisconsin, both North and South Dakota, as well as Utah and parts of Texas, where hospitals are unable to cope with the number of patients that they're getting. And what that means is that not only will they have to deal with a lot of COVID patients, but that impacts all their other operations, meaning their heart attack care, their trauma care, and that makes everybody's health go down. So the key thing is, even if you have pandemic fatigue, the hospitals still have to take care of patients with COVID.
And that's Dr. Amish Adalja of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg Philanthropies. Again, recapping stocks trading mixed with the S&P down 2 points, down 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you. Let's stick with our conversation about the virus. There's headlines crossing the Bloomberg terminal right now from New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Carol, more places I'm not allowed to go. California added to the travel advisory list. Massachusetts, non-essential travel to and from is discouraged. These restrictions just keep on coming. So I want to bring back in Dr. William Yates. He is a trauma surgeon. He's also founder of Yates Enterprises. He's on the phone with us from Chicago. Dr. Yates, I want to ask you about something. Carol and I were just discussing the White House's approach to the virus, and Mark Meadows saying they can't control it. They just have to focus on mitigating it afterwards. Is that the right approach?
Well, I guess they can't control it, number one, because they didn't try to control it the appropriate way. No, that's not the right approach. I mean, science always wins, as history has told us. In the beginning, if we had followed normal protocol or scientific protocol that was given to the government by the experts, I don't think we'd be in this predicament. The new thing that the White House has put out is this herd immunity. I don't know if you were going to discuss this at all, but it's kind of the same thing. Herd immunity means just let the virus take its course and basically survival of the fittest. Whoever lives, lives. It's just like, one big apocalypse. And that's kind of what the White House has been promoting as well. A lot of people think that's a great idea, that it'll get rid of the weak and only the strong will survive and we'll be done with it. And, of course, most people who can really think through it think that's a terrible idea.
Well, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just what's the alternative? What if we could do it your way, how would we do it?
Well, my way would be, as the book says, one, work as hard as you can to produce a vaccine. Now, producing a vaccine isn't going to be a miracle cure because the numbers are now showing that the American population are losing faith in taking the vaccine. From, maybe a month ago, 70% of people said they take it. Now, less than 40% said they'll take the vaccine. So that's already producing a problem. But until that vaccine is developed or we have adequate treatment, I think each state, especially the troublesome states, should mandate that you have to wear a mask, 6 feet apart, do what you have to do with the restaurants. Unfortunately, economically, you're going to have to support a lot of people as well. Testing is a big deal, frequent testing, especially of children or people that are, essential workers, and contact tracing as well. But and sanitation, all those things that Dr. Fauci says every day. I think as humans, everybody is always talking about violation of my rights and so forth and so on. And the people who are talking about their rights have no idea about anything in the Constitution because there are no rights about mask wearing in the Constitution.
No, that's fair to say. If I could just go back to herd immunity, I mean, my understanding, Dr. Yates, is that if we did something like that, we have to be comfortable with a lot more people dying.
Yes, we would have. Some people say the numbers would be in the thousands, some say in the millions, and that's why people who are compassionate and are scientists say it's unethical. Why would you risk that many lives just to get herd immunity? Those are the kind of things that happened, in the era before we had antibiotics. I mean, in, like Civil War days or, 16th century.
Right.
That's how diseases were cured, herd immunity. You either survived or you didn't. But we've evolved since then, so I don't think that's a very prudent way at all because nobody wants to risk themselves or their loved one or anyone else they don't know for some, I think, ridiculous reason like that.
All right, going to leave it there. Dr. Yates, thank you as always. Really appreciate your time. You've been one of our go-to voices on the pandemic since the spring, so we really appreciate it. Dr. William Yates, founder and owner of Yates Enterprises, on the phone from Chicago. Our conversation happening, Kaylee, as we see another headline, France reporting 523 coronavirus deaths. It is the most since April 22nd, so we're going back to, in many ways, those levels that we saw back in the spring.
Yeah, and not just in France, in many cases, in many countries around Europe, and cases in Germany, for example, at a record. And it's one of those things that makes you question, is this going to be a repeat of March where we're just 6 weeks behind Europe?
Yeah, exactly. All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Kaylee Lyons. Right now, a time for a check on world and national news. Back over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hi, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Democratic presidential hopeful Joe Biden is in Georgia and spoke of healing the nation while in Warm Springs, where Franklin Delano Roosevelt sought comfort. Biden also spoke of Roosevelt's indelible imprint on the nation.
When Franklin Delano Roosevelt's funeral procession went by, a man collapsed in grief. And the neighbor asked him, "Did you know the president?" The response was, "No," the man said, "but he knew me. He knew me." Few words better describe the kind of president our nation needs right now.
President Trump, meanwhile, is taking his campaign today to Michigan, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. Newly confirmed Justice Amy Coney Barrett now sits on the Supreme Court, and her plate is already full.
Barrett has said she would act independently of politics, joining the court as it deliberates pending voting disputes from North Carolina and Pennsylvania. Next month, Barrett and her colleagues will hear an appeal to exclude undocumented immigrants from the census count. The Trump administration also wants the court to declare the Affordable Care Act invalid, and in just a few days, Barrett could have to make a key decision on whether to hear Mississippi's defense of a law banning most abortions. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
A federal judge judge is denying President Trump's request that the U.S. replace him as the defendant in a defamation lawsuit alleging he raped a woman in the 1990s. Jean Carroll sued after the president called her a politically motivated liar. The Justice Department had argued Trump's statements were made as part of his presidential duties. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Kaylee, this story, I feel like, is a reality check for all of us. And we talked about it a little bit with Dr. Yates, but, you know, we are all in, the world is, in getting a vaccine. The U.S. alone has committed more than $10 billion to develop new shots to fight COVID-19. About half of Americans saying that they are wary of taking them, according to a Gallup poll earlier this month or this month. And what's interesting is that this whole idea that, you know, if we're waiting for a vaccine to fix everything, it may be a long time in coming, right? Because it's not only creating a vaccine that works, that's effective for most of the population, and then getting people to take it, but it's the logistical the logistical problem of actually producing it and getting it out there.
Right. You have to scale it. You have to distribute it. That takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of resources. And we were just talking about the concept of herd immunity. To do that through a vaccine, the WHO says you need to basically get the shot to 60 to 70% of national populations. That is a lot of people. So that's a wide distribution network that you need to have. It seems like a very big challenge. And that's when we get a vaccine approved. I mean, we just saw one, Novavax, which has gotten money from the U.S. government, had to put a late-stage study back. Maybe not going to happen now until November. So we're seeing the progress toward actually getting a vaccine kind of stalling out in some cases for some of these candidates.
So I'm just going to say, if you're driving or if you're sitting and just half listening to us, maybe just sit down and just take a moment, because listen to this, because according to the London-based firm Airfinity Limited, they say any shortfalls in the vaccine program could mean the United States will struggle with the virus well into 2023.
Oh, don't say that, Carol.
No, it's not me. But it's just this whole point, right? That especially if there's pushback, we talk about pandemic fatigue, we talk about people who don't want to social distance or wear masks. And then you've got now people that even if we get a vaccine won't take it, that means this probably lingers and stays with us that much longer. We know as it's getting colder, we're seeing these spikes, right?
Yeah, it's a humbling reminder this thing could be sticking with us for a while to come.
Yeah, definitely a reality check. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Tech shares are pushing higher. We are looking at a mixed day on Wall Street. Nasdaq up 46 now, higher by 0.4%. Nasdaq 100 index up 0.5%. Xilinx jumps after agreeing to a $35 billion sale to AMD. Xilinx up 7.8%, AMD down 5.1%. Philadelphia SOX, the semiconductor index, down now by 0.5%. The S&P 500 index lower by 8, down 0.2%. The Dow is slumping 188 points, down 0.7%. 10-year up 7/30 seconds with a yield of 0.77%. Gold up 0.3%. Spot gold now at $19.08 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%. $39.51 a barrel. So again, recapping here, equities are trading mixed. S&P down 6, down 0.2%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, it's a business that its CEO initially thought would see dark days because of COVID-19, and then, well, things kind of changed big time in a good way. Let's get into this story on Rad Power Bikes. I just kind of love the name. Bloomberg News global business reporter Ira Boudway with us on the phone in New Jersey, along with Bloomberg Businessweek editor Joel Weber on the phone in Brooklyn. I feel like we have so many of these kinds of stories, Joel, where initially business thought, okay, it's the end for us, and then all of a sudden it was like, not so fast.
And even more so with this one, because they were kind of looking at it as, you know, a segment of the bicycle industry. We're talking about e-bikes in general here, that has always been viewed by cyclists as sort of, you know, a segment not to be discussed. Let's call it that. And boy, you know, at the beginning, the CEO of Rad here that Ira spoke with thought it was going to be, you know, maybe like potential sort of like dark days, nail in the coffin kind of territory. And then all of a sudden, here we are months later, and these bikes have become hugely popular among a commuting set. And I think it really speaks to the way that certain products can find a new relevance because of the reality that we all face here in the pandemic. What kind of demand has Rad seen for their e-bikes, Ira?
Well, they were already growing like gangbusters. So they really came online in 2015, and they were doubling year over year. So last year they were at about $100 million in revenue, which already made them the biggest brand in a relatively small market. And they suddenly started to triple in April of this year, and haven't seen that cool off. But that's actually in line with, I mean, they're hotter than most. But if you look at the e-bike market as a whole, you know, last year it was a little less than 400 million in terms of bike shops and big box stores, and I'm sorry, this year it's already close to 400 million. Last year, for the whole year, it was less than 250 million. So it's more than doubling. So it's one of those many outdoor things that has gotten very hot because of the pandemic.
Okay, Ira, I just need to be upfront about this. I am not a bike fan. I live in Manhattan. I have been in many cabs.
Not be a bike
I
fan?
have been in so many cabs that have come within seconds of hitting a cyclist. I have no desire to be that cyclist. Say I want to dabble, though. How much would one of these things cost me?
You can get a Rad Power e-bike delivered to your house for about $1,000. And this is this is why they're so successful, is they have come in well under a lot of the bike shop brands by delivering directly to you, skipping all the retail markups, and depending on who you ask, by using kind of not as high quality parts on the bike. But that was their goal, to make a mid-price kind of good enough quality bike that people would get people into this market, because really a lot of people have been shy about it because these things can cost $8,000. Many of them are $3,000-$4,000. So you can get one of their entry level ones for $1,000. They have others that are $1,200. The one I tried out, which is a big cargo bike, is about $1,700. And the idea is that this can do a lot of things that your car might do now, you know, depending on where you live. You can grocery shop with it. You could carry kids on it. You can commute to work on it. So, you know, it's actually maybe saving you money if you use it right.
And how does this segment, how does it fare elsewhere in the world? Because it's catching fire here, but internationally, other countries or continents even have viewed e-bikes differently than we have in America.
Yeah, the world looks at us as kind of weird, actually, on this, because e-bikes are just kind of a curiosity here that's just now beginning to become kind of a part of the mainstream consciousness. If you look at China, the best estimate is there's more than 270 million used every day. Europe, you're talking about maybe 10 million. And in the United States, there's maybe 1 million. So, and RAD itself says there's more than 100,000 of theirs on the road worldwide. So the scale in North America is just, there's a lot of opportunity there, but it's a lot of barriers. And one of the biggest ones is what you mentioned, safety. People need to feel safe, and the roadways need to be safe before they will really start to use these every day to go to the store, go to the mall, go to work, whatever it may be. And so it's kind of a chicken and egg problem right now. You've got to get people to buy them so that they have them, so that they're advocating for the roadways that they need. But that is, what they think maybe is beginning to happen, that there's enough people who tried these out, maybe because their vacation got canceled and they were looking for a way to get out of the house, in March and April.
Right.
And then they start using it for a trip to the grocery store. Then they think maybe I could go to work on this, and then maybe they start, advocating for bike paths and changing their habits. So that's kind of the hope, at least among the industry.
Ira, it's a great company story, small business story. It's also the guy behind it. You talk about Mike, who created this company, but he did his first e-bike when he was like 15 years old. I mean, he sounds like an interesting character and an entrepreneur, inventor.
Yeah. He's from Humboldt County, California, and was just kind of a kid who grew up kind of a little bit off the grid and was a tinkerer, and he wanted to get himself to school was the original impetus for this. So he took like a 40-pound specialized bike, a 40-pound lead-acid battery, put it on a specialized mountain bike, and built it. That was the first one, and it just kind of grew from there. First, it was like a bespoke business. This guy's name is Mike Radenbaugh, by the way, which is where the name comes from. But it was a business they did one-offs. People would ask them, hey, could you make me one like that? And then they realized over time that everybody wanted roughly the same thing. They wanted it not to cost too much. They wanted it to carry certain amount of weight, be easy to ride, and so they built one called the Rad Runner, which is sort of their their most popular model that sort of checked all those boxes and started selling them online.
Okay, so I got to ask about your test drive. Can you talk to us about your experience on the bike, Ira?
Well, and I'd also like to know how long it took you to build this thing. Please give us some color on that.
That is one of the big frictions for them, because they took inspiration from like Warby Parker and Casper, but you get a mattress or glasses delivered to you, direct to consumer online. You put it on your bed or on your face, and you don't think about it again. This is a little more complicated. This big box comes. You've got to do some assembly. A lot of it's done. They actually put them all together at their factories, mostly in China, and then they disassemble enough to get it into a box, so like the front tire, the handlebars, some of the pedals, some of the stuff's not on, and you got to do a fair amount of assembly when it comes, and they send instructions. And that was tricky. Honestly, I wish I'd had more help and support, and that's what they're trying to do, is build a bigger support network of bike shops and vans that will come to your house, and their owned service that will come to your house and do the assembly and make sure it's set to go, because it does need some assembly and maintenance.
Right.
But I did manage after about a few hours. I spent the better part of a day putting it together, and that's partly because I'm not that bike literate. I haven't done a bike in a long time, and but I got it up and running and confident enough in it to put my kids on the back, and
they liked it.
It was a lot of fun.
Right.
They loved it. I mean, they were. I didn't wind up. So they sent me their big Rad wagon, which is the one that can put 2 kids on the back. It's a huge bike, and I ultimately decided not to because it was so big. But my kids really wanted to. They loved it.
I'm just going to tell everybody, check it out on Bloomberg.com, because it's a fun read, this story. All right, for those of you listening in New York, D.C., and San Francisco, watching on YouTube, Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to continue. If you're listening on Bloomberg 106.1 in Boston, Bay State Business is up next. But as we said, thanks to Ira Boudouet of Bloomberg News along with Joel Weber, this is Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We move into the final hour of trading on this Tuesday, October 27th. It is a choppy session. Technology shares are advancing after Advanced Micro Devices announced a $35 billion takeover of Xilinx. Xilinx shares up by 8% now. AMD, the acquirer, down by 5%. S&P is lower. Nasdaq lower as well, but Nasdaq is pushing higher. Right now we've got the Nasdaq Composite Index up 56, up 0.5. The S&P is down 6, a drop there of 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lower by 175 points now, down 0.6%. 10-year up 7/32, 10-year yield 0.77%. Gold is up 0.3%, 19.07 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%, 39.43 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. So we are looking at an election 1 week from today. Andrew Sliman is head of Applied Equity Advisors at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. And on Bloomberg Television this morning, he told us he is looking beyond COVID and beyond the election.
So the question is, what are the unknown risks that we're not talking about? What happens if the economy accelerates too fast and the Fed changes policy? What happens if, we have another Fed chair next year? I'm just throwing out things that people aren't talking about. That's what the market tends to react more negatively to.
Caterpillar failed to give reassurance that more hang-ups from the coronavirus pandemic are definitely behind the heavy equipment maker. On a conference call, CEO Jim Umpleby said he would not be giving 2021 guidance. The company reported third quarter profit that topped analyst estimates, helped by lower than expected taxes. Caterpillar is considered a bellwether for the global economy. After the bell, we will be hearing from Microsoft. Microsoft shares continue to advance, and along with other big technology names, right now Microsoft is up by 1.9%. And BP used a surprise third quarter profit to reassure investors that it is on the road to recovery, while also warning it will be a long journey. Recapping stocks trading mixed, S&P down 5, down 0.2. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Yes, indeed. Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Carol Masser along with Kaylee Lines. And Kaylee, man, I saw this reading in this morning, and this is certainly one of our top business stories, one of our top deal stories, and it's kind of a top disruptive story as well. Talking about AMD buying Xilinx for $35 billion. It's a stock deal.
Yeah, and it's a big stock deal, and it's yet another chip deal, Carol. I mean, we've seen so many of these this year. I wonder, what is driving this need for consolidation in the chip maker space?
Well, we're going to find out, because someone who's been really busy tracking all of the comings and goings and all these deals is Ian King. He is our go-to person when it comes to anything in the chip space. He's U.S. semiconductor and networking reporter at Bloomberg News. He's on the phone in San Francisco. And Ian, I feel like in the last couple of months, I've said WOA to you a couple of times. This is a massive deal.
It certainly is, yes, and it's something that, on any number of levels wouldn't have been imaginable a fairly recent amount of time ago. Obviously, the ability of AMD to fund something like this in stock, as Kaylee just alluded to, is a very new and almost shocking phenomenon, and just a sign of just how far this company has come.
Well, and talk to us about the significance of it being a stock deal, because I know when there were first murmurs that this acquisition might be happening, there was concerns about leverage. Does that kind of allay all of those fears?
Yeah, I mean, you've nailed it. I mean, investors have basically PTSD with AMD when it comes to debt. And you'll remember at its previous peak back in the mid sort of 2000s, it went out and bought ATI, did that deal for cash, and ended up with a real debt burden that it just couldn't get its way out of, and that hurt it in terms of its, the massive expenditures that you need to invest in chip making technology, and it just couldn't keep up and fell further and further behind Intel. Investors did not want to see that happen again, and obviously Lisa Su, the CEO, has managed to negotiate the first hurdle there.
First of all, I just love this company because it's a major tech company and it's run by a woman, so it's just kind of cool, and it's a rarity, I feel like, Ian.
First ever time in the chip in the industry's history, so yeah, that's definitely worthy of note.
It's remarkable, and I feel like, listen, she's shaking things up. Is this all about going after Intel? What is the significance of this deal specifically?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, on one level it is, because Intel is bought Altera a few years ago. Altera is basically a mirror image of Xilinx, so yes. But on another level, Lisa's saying, look, I'm not. This is not going to be creating magical products. This is me, in a very practical way, getting high margin revenue that's going to give me the cash flow, that's going to give me new markets, that's going to keep me, it's basically spreading my bets. And she's portrayed it in a much more practical way than Intel tried to sell the Altera deal a few years ago. And analysts have not been happy with what Intel has done with Altera. So she's approached things in a very different way, and it seems at least that she's taking a different approach and that people like it.
Well, and part of this too is about building up, scaling up when it comes to data centers specifically. Can you just talk to us about the importance of those data center chips in particular?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very much a pull thing. I mean, if you are Google, if you're AWS, if you're Facebook, you're just flooded with data, literally more data than you can make sense out of. One of the things that they're trying to do with that data is to use artificial intelligence. One of the ways that you can accelerate some of these workloads is by getting them off the main processor that AMD or Intel supply and using what's called an FPGA, which is what Xilinx produces, to do parts of that to accelerate it and make that burden easier. So that's what's going on here, but it's still very early days. Xilinx is making really, really fast progress into the data center as a portion of its business, but it's still only about 14% of its total revenue.
You know, Ian, what do you make just this year alone? I think, was it September that we talked about NVIDIA buying SoftBank Group's chip division, ARM? That was a $40 billion deal. I do feel like we're kind of getting to a new world order when it comes to the chip space. And I think China's got to be watching, kind of salivating a little bit. They need all these chips, right? And they're still trying to really kind of develop that space, but they need that access.
Yeah, I mean, you raise a couple of extremely important points here. I mean, the industry has come together at an unprecedented level, and it's almost a question of who's left. Xilinx was arguably one of the few that was left, and that's simply been a factor of, the bets getting bigger and bigger for this industry. The customer base is more consolidated, supplying itself, so you have to have the scales in order to compete. At the same time, this deal is going to have to go through a protracted and thorny regulatory examination, and China has got to be one of the places where I think people are concerned about how quickly, if at all, it will get through that approval process. Same thing for NVIDIA, and that's geopolitics has inserted itself into this business as well.
Right. Semi's just getting yanked around as that battle between the U.S. and China, that tech Cold War that so many people call it, has continued on. Ian, I want to talk about AMD. They did report results this morning as well. Part of obviously got overshadowed by this deal, but in the results they said something very different from Intel, saying demand for data center chips remains strong. They also gave a really strong forecast for the fourth quarter. What's working for AMD that isn't working for Intel right now?
Yeah, I mean, this is the big debate around what Intel said a week ago. The numbers were okay, but they said, the data center's getting weaker. Companies aren't buying data center chips. They've got too much inventory. This is a COVID-related thing. And people were like, well, I'm not so sure about that. This is probably AMD eating your lunch a little bit. And then Lisa Su came along today and said, the data center demand's fine, which implies that those people who didn't believe Bob Swan over at Intel were perhaps right. And certainly, was not good news if you're an Intel supporter, that if AMD is going up. I mean, it's one gains and the other loses. It's as simple as that for those businesses right now.
Hey, 20 seconds left here. Are there any other deals, mega deals out there to be had? Just quickly.
Well, I mean, it's the biggest question, I think, is how these deals are going to get through that approval process. I think that's the biggest thing on everybody's mind right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's certainly kept you busy and given us great reasons to check in with you again, which is always a good thing. Ian King, thank you so much. U.S. Semiconductor and Networking reporter at Bloomberg News on the phone in San Francisco. I mean, man, we've seen a fair amount of deal activity, but so much, I feel like, Kaylee, in the chip space this year.
Over $100 billion worth of mergers. I mean, talk about consolidation. All these chip companies are getting together, but it's a fair question. How many of them are really left to combine?
Yeah, exactly. Now it's all about execution. All right, this is Bloomberg. All right, let's get a check on world and national news. For that, over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden is in the battleground state of Georgia, outlining his plans to deal with the pandemic and condemning the White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows for saying they're not going to control the pandemic.
It's a capitulation. It's a waving of a white flag. It's a window into the shocking truth about this White House, that they've never really tried.
President Trump has just begun a rally in Lansing, Michigan. He'll also be traveling today to Wisconsin and Nebraska. 20 former federal prosecutors who were appointed by Republican presidents are now endorsing Democrat Joe Biden.
The list includes 96-year-old William Webster, who served as both FBI and CIA director under President Ronald Reagan, as well as former Massachusetts Governor William Weld, who mounted a brief primary challenge to President Trump last year. In a letter released today, the 20 former prosecutors call the current president a threat to the rule of law and accuse him of politicizing the Justice Department. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The U.S. Postal Service is recommending if you do plan to vote by mail, you need to put your ballot in the mail by the end of today, regardless of any state deadlines, to make sure that it will be counted. The return of mail-in ballots in Wisconsin has resulted in a new Supreme Court decision. The court has sided with Republicans to prevent Wisconsin from counting mailed ballots that are received after Election Day. Twitter has flagged a tweet from President Trump in which he said there were, quote, big problems and discrepancies with mail-in ballots. Twitter flagged it with a warning the content shared might be misleading. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Kaylee Line. So let's talk about a story that caught your attention.
Yeah, this is one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal right now. David Einhorn from over at Greenlight Capital, obviously someone investors pay a lot of attention to him, and he put out a letter to investors that Bloomberg got a hold of saying that tech stocks are in an enormous bubble. He says it's a working hypothesis, may still be disproven, but he thinks that on September 2nd of this year, that was the top, and the bubble has already popped.
Dun, da, da, da. I guess we shall see. We know that when we talk about momentum, we're talking about these big tech names, right? And every time everyone has said, we're at a top, it's getting, frothy, they're overvalued, we maybe see a little bit of a pullback and then they just head even higher.
Yep.
And I think, people do liken it. Kaylee, going back to 99 and 2000 and the tech bubble there, I think it's safe to say that most people will say it's very different. You have companies that actually are very profitable, selling lots of goods and services, lots of revenue growth, and we are increasingly becoming, I think of Dave and some of the charts he does, we are increasingly becoming a society that is all about these big tech names.
Yeah, you just kind of run with the crowd that's winning, right? But you bring up the revenue, the profitability. I look at a stock like Tesla, which is up more than 400% this year. And I feel like this is what people are looking at when they talk about tech bubbles, because yes, it's been profitable for 5 straight quarters, but not by a large amount. And it's also largely due to credits that they get for buying and selling carbon emissions credits with other auto companies. So it's kind of those numbers that I think strike a chord with some people and call a lot of attention to just the rally some of these names have seen.
Well, and in terms of what I think it sounds like Einhorn is bringing attention to is he talks about an IPO mania. Those are his words, and huge market concentrations in a small group of stocks or a single sector with extraordinary valuations and incredible trading volumes in speculative instruments as signs of a bubble. So I think he's probably looking at some of those names, it sounds like, and maybe adjusting his book, or at least short book, when it comes to those names. So we'll keep an eye on him. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Mixed Tuesday. The Dow, the S&P lower. Nasdaq is higher, but the S&P bouncing off the lows of the day. Very close to those lows right now. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call, and here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. That's right. U.S. stocks trading mixed today on this busy day for earnings. Dow's currently down 192 points. S&P's dropped 9. Nasdaq is higher by 40. The U.S. 10-year yield at 0.77%. Gold trading higher by 6. Oil gains 2%. And transports fall 175 points. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech, telecom, and utilities, while industrials, financials, and energy led to the downside. Leaders to the upside in the Dow, Salesforce and Microsoft, while Caterpillar fell 3.7% after its numbers. And also after earnings, F5 Networks gained 8.6%, Franklin Resources plunged 12%, and Eli Lilly dropped 6%. In other news, TikTok announced a global partnership with Shopify. And in deal news, AMD agreed to buy chipmaker Xilinx for $35 billion in stock. And LVMH and Tiffany are said to discuss a price cut for their $16 billion deal. Wrapping things up, Microsoft reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie.
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill, and to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg-type squawk, SQUAWK, on your terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Kaylee Lines on this Tuesday. And in this week's edition of Bloomberg Business Week Small Business Survival Guide, this might catch you off guard. And it's once again about someone pivoting to stay alive during the virus and in the process really shaking up an industry. Let's get into it with Bloomberg News editor Dimitra Kesanidis. She's on the phone in New York City along with Adela Colvin, owner of Lola Bean Yarn Company. She joins us on the phone from Georgia. Dimitra, this is a story. It's just the kind I love, and it's just such a story that is in kind of the true Business Week vein.
Yeah, it's a great story. It was brought to us by a freelancer named Lauren Feldman, and it's a story about, really being true to yourself in your business, not shying away from who you are. The yarn industry has been traditionally quite white and not very diverse, and over the years, attempts to make it more diverse, certainly have taken off. But Adela faced a very unique situation from an experience she had once when she went into a store on her own for the first time, and then a whole process that she went through to a point where she realized she had to really own sort of who she is and what she wants to do. So I'll throw it to Adela to tell us about the moment when she decided to put Lola, her daughter, on the label of her business, and really be very honest about, I am a Black woman running this business, and this is who I am, and it doesn't mean that my business is any less or any different than any other great yarn business out there. Hi, Adela.
Hi. Hi, how are you?
So tell us, there was a moment, you had a business before Lola Bean, and you deliberately didn't want people to associate it as a Black-owned business, and then your daughter was born.
Absolutely.
And tell us about the change that you experienced then.
Well, prior to, her being born, I did have a business, and I did not put myself out there into the forefront because I felt that if people were to see my face and see that I was a Black woman, that they would think that the services I had to offer were inadequate, less than, or not worth what they actually are, because I'm a Black woman and how Black people are perceived. And it was, once I had my daughter, looking at her and wanting to make sure that I instill, a sense of self, a sense of pride, just let her know that, she is beautiful, she is worthy. And I wanted to let the rest of the world know that. And that's how the logo was birthed.
And it was received. I mean, you shared with us, tell us a little bit about just the reception that you got, when that happened, after that happened, people that came to you and reacted to realizing your business was a Black-owned business.
The reception was really, really warm. People took to it right away. More specifically, Black makers and crafters and other non-white folks in our industry would approach me about how beautiful it was. And, I'd have people coming up to me in tears. We waited so long, to see a Black face, for us to be represented. And you have no idea how this little logo, has changed things for us. And you're starting to see more and more Black crafters come out into the forefront. It was almost like the knitting bat signal, like, hey, I'm here,
Right.
You can all come out. And it's just, now everybody knows Bean. When they see the logo, they know Lola Bean.
You mentioned, Black-owned businesses and the support. I feel like a lot of those businesses have seen there's been a real drive to support Black-owned businesses just as a result of, the kind of reckoning we're having in the year 2020. How has that been for you? How has that changed your business?
It has changed it dramatically. I initially had one wholesale account in Lincoln, Nebraska, and jumped up to something like over 30. I've had to move my family, out of the house we were in into a bigger house and use this house for work. It can be a little overwhelming, especially when, you're not used to doing that kind of volume. You're not used to that kind of attention, and also trying to figure out who is genuinely there to support you and wants to see you succeed, or who's just trying to capitalize, off of this movement in this moment.
What's your advice? Just got about 40 seconds here, Adela, in terms of, Black business owners, entrepreneurs out there. It can be tough to try and get a business going. What would be, a piece of advice to them, just quickly?
Don't give up. Stay true to yourself. And if they won't let you sit at the table, make your own.
Good advice. Really good advice. Thank you so much, and we wish you well. Adela Colvin, owner of Lola Bean Yarn Company, on the phone from Georgia, along with our Bloomberg News editor, Dimitra Kasanides, on the phone in New York City. And Kaylee, we've had so many different conversations here on Bloomberg Business Week just about the inability for minority business owners to access capital and support in terms of getting a business off the ground. So it's great to see the progress she has made.
Yeah, and I would encourage everyone to read this story because it also goes into those who have helped her along the way. And it's not just a story of women helping women. It's a story of 3 Black women helping each other. And it's a really great read. I would encourage everyone to check it out.
The community support, the role of social media, like it all just has certainly a role in this. So be sure to go to Bloomberg.com and check out that story on Bloomberg Business Week. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week on this Tuesday. Kaylee Lyons, Carol Masser, and we are Bloomberg Radio.
Broadcasting live to New York, Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 1061. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So, Kaylee, you've been going home and you've been studying music, have you not?
I will say I intend to be more prepared to hear Dave Wilson's song today than I
Is that
was
a
yesterday.
No, Is that a no? Or you're more prepared?
You know, I may have done some Google searching.
Just be ready to Google search now. All right, we're going to get to the chart of the day, of course, set up by a wonderful song of the day chosen by our own Dave Wilson. We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, back to Charlie Pellet. 29 minutes to go in the trading day, Charlie.
Indeed, we've got the S&P lower, the Dow lower, Nasdaq pushing higher. A lot of big tech news today in terms of tech deals. Let's begin with the biggest, $35 billion Xilinx being bought by